The locker room smelled of industrial bleach and broken dreams, a sharp chemical scent that never quite masked the underlying odor of sweat and quiet resignation. Emma Chen sat on the narrow wooden bench, its surface worn smooth by decades of tired bodies seeking brief moments of rest between endless shifts. She pulled her regulation black vest over a shirt that had seen too many wash cycles, the fabric stiff and unforgiving against her skin, starched to the point of cardboard, scratching at her collarbone with each shallow breath. The vest was a size too large. It hung loose around her frame, a frame that had grown thin from working double shifts and eating discount ramen for dinner more nights than she cared to count. She was 26 years old, and she had been invisible for exactly 4 years, 2 months, and 17 days. Not invisible in the way that hurts when you're young and desperate to be seen, when you're hungry for attention and validation and the knowledge that you matter to someone, anyone, in this vast and indifferent world. Invisible in the way that pays the rent. Invisible in the way that keeps bill collectors from calling at 7 in the morning. Invisible in the way that lets you survive when surviving is all you have left. When ambition has been beaten down to the simple animal need to make it through another day. Across from her, Grace Martinez stood in front of the cloudy mirror that had witnessed 1,000 transformations, checking her reflection with practiced efficiency. She tucked gray streaks of hair back into the severe regulation bun that hotel management demanded, her fingers moving with the muscle memory of someone who had performed this ritual so many times it had become almost meditative. Grace was 52 years old. She had been a waitress at the Obsidian Hotel for 28 years, long enough to watch 3 different general managers come and go, each one promising improvements that never materialized. Long enough to serve champagne to people who never once looked at her face, never once registered that she was a human being with dreams and disappointments of her own. Long enough to understand that invisible women were the skeleton upon which the entire structure of luxury rested. "Emma," Grace said without turning around, her voice carrying the warm rasp of too many late shifts and not enough sleep, the voice of someone who had smoked in her youth and quit too late to avoid the damage. "You ready for tonight?" Emma tied her shoes, cheap black flats from a discount store that would leave her feet aching and her arches crying by midnight, blisters forming in the same spots they always did, because she couldn't afford better and couldn't afford to take time off to let them heal. The shoes were already wearing through at the toe. Another month and she'd need to replace them. Another unexpected expense in a budget that had no room for unexpected anything. "As ready as I'll ever be," Emma said quietly. Grace turned then, and her eyes held something Emma had learned to recognize over the past 4 years working beside this woman. It was the look of someone who had survived things she never talked about, traumas that lived in the tight lines around her mouth, and the careful way she carried herself through the world. Grace Martinez had raised 3 children alone after her husband died of a heart attack at 41, leaving her with a mountain of debt and no life insurance. She had worked double shifts through chemotherapy when her sister got sick, sitting by her sister's bedside during the day and serving drinks at night, sleeping 3 hours if she was lucky. She knew how to read the invisible women of the world because she was one of them, because she understood in her bones what it meant to be essential and expendable in the same breath. "Tonight's different," Grace said quietly, setting down her compact and turning to face Emma fully. "Summit of Sands. That's what they're calling it. That's what the press release said anyway." Emma stood, adjusting her vest one more time, trying to make it sit properly on shoulders it wasn't designed to fit. "I heard. Billion-dollar egos in expensive suits making deals that will never touch our lives except to make them harder." Grace smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes, didn't soften the tension Emma could see gathering in the older woman's jaw. "Mija, I've been here since before you were born. I started when I was 24 and stupid enough to think this was temporary, that I'd do it for a year or 2 while I figured out what I really wanted. I've seen a lot of summits, a lot of powerful men making deals over our heads while we pour their drinks and pretend we don't hear the things they say when they think we're not listening, when they forget that invisible doesn't mean deaf. She picked up her serving tray, the silver surface reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights that made everyone look exhausted and sickly. "But tonight feels wrong," she continued. "Tonight feels like something's gonna break." Emma felt something cold settle in her stomach, a familiar anxiety that had become her constant companion these past 4 years. "What do you mean?" Grace's eyes were serious, almost sad. "I mean, they look at us like we're furniture, like we're part of the wallpaper or the carpet or the chandeliers, like we're objects that exist only to serve their comfort. And tonight there's 40 of them, 40 of the smartest, most arrogant people in the world, all here to prove how brilliant they are, all here to compete for one man's approval. That kind of ego in one room, it's dangerous. For them, sure, but mostly for us. Because when powerful people feel threatened, they take it out on people who can't fight back." Emma felt a chill despite the stuffy warmth of the locker room. It was a feeling she remembered from another life, from lecture halls at Cambridge, where her hand would shoot up with answers that made professors pause mid-sentence and reconsider their assumptions, from late nights in the library, when knowledge felt like power instead of a luxury she could no longer afford, when understanding the world seemed like the key to changing it. "We're not human to them," Emma said softly. "We're service. We're the help. We're nothing." Grace looked at her sharply, and Emma saw recognition flare in the older woman's eyes, the recognition of someone who has just heard their own deepest truth spoken aloud. "That's exactly right," Grace said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We're nothing to them. And the moment we remind them we're human beings, the moment we step out of our assigned role, we become a problem to be eliminated." The intercom crackled to life above them, and Mr. Caldwell's voice filled the locker room with barely contained panic, each word trembling with the terror of a middle manager who knew his job depended on tonight going perfectly. "All floor staff report to the ballroom immediately for briefing." Immediately. This is not a request. "Move, people, move." Grace sighed, a sound heavy with the weight of 28 years of this exact moment, and headed for the door. Emma followed. But before they left the close confines of the locker room, before they stepped into the polished corridors, where their faces had to be carefully blank, Grace reached out and squeezed Emma's hand. Just once. Quick and firm and warm. "Rule number 1, Mija," Grace said. "We're furniture. They see through us, you understand?" Emma nodded. "I've been here 4 years. I know the rules. I learned them the hard way." Grace's eyes narrowed slightly, searching Emma's face for something Emma wasn't sure she wanted to reveal. 4 years? Child, I've been here since you were in diapers. I've been invisible longer than you've been alive. Trust me on this. Tonight's different. Tonight they'll treat us like we're not even human. Tonight they'll be worse than usual because they're scared. And scared powerful people are the most dangerous kind. Emma wanted to say that she knew what that felt like, that she had been something once, someone who mattered, someone whose voice carried weight in rooms full of people who respected intelligence and valued truth. But that was another life, a life that felt increasingly like a dream she might have had, something that happened to someone else in a story she'd heard. That was before the fire that wasn't really a fire, before the medical bills that swallowed her future whole, before her father died surrounded by debt and lies and secrets he took to his grave. "I understand," Emma said, and she did. She understood too well. They walked through the narrow service corridor, their footsteps silent on carpet so thick it swallowed sound like a living thing. The Obsidian Hotel didn't just sell luxury. It sold silence. It sold discretion. It sold the kind of privacy that powerful people needed when they were reshaping the world in their image, when they were making decisions that would affect millions of lives, people they would never meet, people whose faces they would never see, people who were as invisible to them as the waitresses serving their champagne. The Gold Leaf Ballroom was already filling with staff when they arrived. 30 waiters and waitresses stood in neat rows, their faces carefully blank, their postures identical, their humanity compressed into the narrow space allowed by their uniforms. Mr. Caldwell paced at the front like a general before battle, his forehead gleaming with sweat despite the aggressive air conditioning that kept the ballroom at a crisp 68 degrees. "Listen up!" he barked, his voice cracking slightly on the second word, betraying his nerves. Tonight, we are hosting the most important event in this hotel's history. 40 experts, diplomats, professors, CEOs, people who could destroy us with a single phone call, who could ruin this hotel's reputation with one bad tweet, who could end all of our careers if we give them any reason to remember we exist. He pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at his forehead, the white cloth coming away damp. Sheikh Rashid Al Mazrouei is coming. Do you understand what that means? That means a $40 billion contract is being negotiated in this room tonight. That means if any of you, any single one of you, makes even the smallest mistake, we are all finished. Done. Over. You'll never work in hospitality again. I'll make sure of that. Emma watched him rant. Watched the spittle forming at the corners of his mouth. Watched the way his hands shook as he gestured wildly. She had seen men like Caldwell before, in every institution she'd ever been part of. Men who had just enough power to be cruel, but not enough to be secure. Men who took their fear out on people who couldn't fight back because it was the only way they knew how to feel big in a world that made them feel small. You will not breathe near the guests, Caldwell continued, his voice rising with each instruction. You will not make eye contact. You will not speak unless directly spoken to. And even then, you will keep your answers to yes, sir, or no, sir, or of course, sir. If you drop a spoon, you're fired. If you sneeze, you're fired. If you cough or stumble, or exist in any way that reminds them you are a human being with thoughts and feelings and a life outside this ballroom, I will personally escort you out the back door, and you will never set foot in this hotel again. Am I making myself clear? Beside Emma, Grace's jaw tightened, muscles bunching under her skin, but she said nothing. 28 years had taught her exactly when to stay silent, when to swallow her pride and her anger and her exhaustion, when to endure because endurance was the only option available to women like her. These people, Caldwell went on, pointing at them with a trembling finger like he was cursing them, are the intellectual elite, the legion of tongues, the press is calling them. 40 of the world's most brilliant linguistic experts, cultural consultants, diplomats, people who speak 10 languages and have PhDs from universities you've never heard of. They're all here to impress one man, one very rich, very traditional, very powerful man who could make or break this hotel's reputation with a single word. He paused for effect, his eyes scanning the assembled staff like he was looking for weakness. Do not screw this up. Do not embarrass me. Do not cost me this contract. Just smile, serve the drinks, and disappear. That's all I'm asking. Smile, serve, disappear. Can you do that? Nobody answered. The silence itself was answer enough. The briefing ended, and the staff dispersed to their assigned stations like soldiers moving to their posts. Emma found herself at the service alcove near the east wall, partially hidden behind a massive marble pillar that rose from floor to ceiling like a tree turned to stone. From here, she could see the entire ballroom spread out before her, every table and chair and carefully arranged flower centerpiece, but remained mostly invisible herself. It was the perfect position for someone who had learned to disappear, who had made an art of being present but unnoticed. The ballroom was spectacular, in the way only truly obscene wealth could achieve. The ceiling was painted with clouds and cherubs, a reproduction of some Italian masterpiece Emma vaguely remembered from an art history class she'd taken a lifetime ago. Crystal chandeliers the size of compact cars hung at precise intervals, each one containing thousands of individual crystals that split the light into rainbows. The floors were marble imported from Carrara, the same quarries Michelangelo had used. The walls were genuine gold leaf, applied by craftsmen who charged more for a single day's work than Emma made in 6 months. Grace appeared beside her, carrying a tray of champagne flutes filled with vintage Dom Perignon that cost $800 a bottle, more money in a single glass than Emma spent on groceries in a month. The older woman's face was set in the professional mask they all learned to wear, pleasant and neutral and utterly blank. "You okay, mija?" Grace asked quietly, not looking at Emma directly, but speaking just loud enough to be heard over the ambient noise of last-minute preparations. Emma nodded, but she was lying and they both knew it. Being in this room, watching important people gather for an important event, watching history being made by people who would never acknowledge her existence. It reminded her too much of what she used to be, of who she used to be, of lecture halls at Cambridge, where she was the youngest doctoral candidate in the program's history, where professors spoke her name with respect and admiration, where her future looked bright and limitless, of libraries where ancient texts revealed their secrets to her like flowers opening to the sun, where she could lose herself for hours in the beauty of language and meaning, and the connections between disparate cultures. Her mother had taught her to love languages when she was still young enough to think the world was fair, when she believed that knowledge and hard work and intelligence were enough to succeed. The memory hit her without warning, sharp and clear as broken glass, cutting through her carefully maintained composure. Her mother, Dr. Michelle Chen, sitting across from her at the kitchen table in their old house in Georgetown, back when they still had a house, back when Emma's biggest problem was homework. Emma was maybe 7 or 8 years old, struggling with Arabic homework, frustrated by the way the letters connected and flowed in patterns that seemed impossible to master, by the sounds her throat couldn't quite make correctly. "Always listen to the women's stories, Emma," her mother had said, setting down her red correction pen and giving Emma her full attention in the way that made Emma feel seen and valued and important. History is told by men, but it's lived by women. If you want to understand a culture, don't read what the kings wrote. Listen to what the grandmothers sing. Emma had looked up at her mother, confused by the concept. "But my teacher says we have to memorize the classical texts. That's what's on the test." Michelle Chen had smiled, the kind of smile that held both love and sadness, and reached across the table to tuck a strand of Emma's hair behind her ear with gentle fingers. "Your teacher is teaching you what he was taught. He's teaching you the official version, the sanitized version, the version that makes powerful men look good. But I'm teaching you the truth. Women hold the real history. We're just not always allowed to write it down. We're not allowed to have our voices recorded in the official chronicles. So we sing instead. We tell stories to our daughters and granddaughters. We pass down the truth in ways that can't be erased by men who want to control the narrative." That conversation had planted a seed that grew into Emma's entire academic career, twisting and growing through her teenage years and early 20s, until it became her passion and her purpose. She had specialized in oral traditions, in the songs and stories that women passed down through generations, in the unofficial histories that existed in the spaces between the official ones. She had learned 7 dialects, not from textbooks, but from spending summers with her mother doing field research, living in small villages across the Middle East, listening to grandmothers in kitchens and tents and gardens, recording voices that had never been recorded before. Her mother had been brilliant. Dr. Michelle Chen, professor of cultural anthropology at Georgetown University, had been building something revolutionary, something that would change how the world understood history and culture, and the role of women in building civilization. A database of women's voices, of stories that had never been recorded in any official capacity, of knowledge that existed only in the memories of old women who were dying without anyone listening, without anyone caring that entire libraries of wisdom were disappearing with each death. And then, when Emma was 14 and just beginning to understand the significance of her mother's work, when she was just starting to see how the pieces fit together, her mother got sick. Not sick the way people got sick from bad luck or genetics or the random cruelty of the universe. Sick in a way that felt deliberate, calculated, wrong. Cancer that moved fast, too fast, eating through her mother's body like wildfire, spreading from her stomach to her liver to her lungs in a matter of months. By the time Emma turned 15, by the time she was old enough to drive but not old enough to vote or sign legal documents or do anything meaningful to help, her mother was gone. Her father had never been the same after that. David Chen had been a cultural attaché, a diplomat who spoke 6 languages fluently and 3 more conversationally, who could navigate the most complex political situations with ease and grace, who could build bridges between cultures that seemed impossibly far apart. But losing Michelle had broken something fundamental in him, something that couldn't be fixed with time or therapy or any of the grief counseling people suggested. He became obsessed with his work, distant and unreachable, burying himself in research Emma didn't understand, research he wouldn't explain, muttering about secrets and conspiracies and debts that had to be paid. Emma had essentially raised herself through high school, learning to forge her father's signature on permission slips, managing her own schedule, applying to colleges without help or guidance. She had gotten into Cambridge on a full scholarship that covered tuition, but not living expenses. She had been 22 years old and on track to become the youngest person to ever defend a dissertation on pre-Islamic poetry and women's oral traditions when the second tragedy struck with the force of a hammer blow. The fire at her father's house, the call at 3 in the morning from a hospital in Maryland, the long drive through darkness to find him in the ICU, his body covered in burns, his hands wrapped in gauze, his eyes when they finally opened full of something Emma couldn't name, but terrified her in ways the injuries themselves didn't. The months of reconstructive surgery and pain management and hospice care, when it became clear he wasn't going to survive. The medical bills that swallowed her future whole, bill after bill arriving in the mail like a slow-motion avalanche, each one representing a choice between her education and her father's care. There was no choice, really. Emma had withdrawn from Cambridge. She had sold her books one by one, the rare editions first, then the reference materials, then finally the textbooks that she'd annotated so heavily they were worth almost nothing. She had watched her father waste away, haunted by something he never explained, despite her begging, whispering about secrets and lies and debts that had nothing to do with money, talking about protecting something, about keeping something hidden, about women's voices that had to be preserved even if it cost everything. When he finally died, Emma was left with $500,000 in medical debt and a PhD she would never finish, and a hole in her chest where her future used to be. So she became a waitress, because waitresses were invisible, because the Obsidian Hotel was hiring and didn't do background checks as long as you showed up on time and kept your mouth shut, because invisible people didn't have to explain why they had given up, why they had abandoned everything they'd worked for, why they were wasting a brilliant mind serving overpriced champagne to people who wouldn't remember her face 5 seconds after she walked away. "Champagne!" a voice snapped, cutting through Emma's spiral of memory like a knife through water. She blinked hard, pulling herself back to the present with effort, reorienting to the ballroom and the job and the role she had to play. A man stood in front of her, holding out an empty glass without looking at her face, his gaze fixed on someone else, already dismissing her before she'd even moved. He was talking to a younger associate, his voice loud and full of easy confidence, the confidence of someone who had never truly failed at anything that mattered. Professor Marcus Whitmore. Emma recognized him immediately from the society pages and academic journals she used to read religiously. Time magazine had done a cover story on him last year, calling him the foremost expert on Middle Eastern geopolitics and cultural dynamics. He was handsome in that particular way powerful men often were, with distinguished silver at his temples and a jaw that suggested strength and determination, a smile that never quite reached his eyes, expensive suit tailored to perfection. Emma took his empty glass and replaced it with a full one, her movements automatic and efficient after 4 years of practice, her hands steady even though something in her chest was beginning to tighten. She was furniture. She was invisible. That was the rule. That was how survival worked in places like this. But then Whitmore spoke, and Emma's entire body went rigid with suppressed emotion. "The sheikh is a traditionalist," Whitmore said to his associate with casual dismissiveness, not even acknowledging Emma's presence, speaking as if she was literally part of the furniture, an automaton programmed to respond to gestures. "But he's a businessman first and foremost. I'll dazzle him with some standard modern Arabic greeting, quote a bit of the Quran to show cultural sensitivity, and the contract is ours. These other fools are overthinking it. They're trying to impress him with obscure knowledge, when what he really wants is someone who can make him money." "Is he difficult to work with?" the younger man asked, his voice uncertain, clearly intimidated by the whole situation. Whitmore took a sip of his champagne, and Emma saw the contempt flash across his face for just a moment before he controlled it. "He's primitive. He thinks his regional dialect is some kind of secret code that makes him special. It's quaint, really, this attachment to tradition. But money speaks a universal language. Once he understands how much we can make him, all this cultural posturing will disappear. These people always respond to the same incentives in the end. Emma felt heat rise in her chest, sharp and familiar and dangerous. That heat was anger. It was the kind of anger that got people like her fired. The kind that revealed you were paying attention when you were supposed to be absent. The kind that reminded powerful people that the furniture had ears and thoughts and opinions. Because Emma knew, with the absolute certainty that comes from years of study and lived experience, that Marcus Whitmore was completely, fundamentally, arrogantly wrong. She knew that Sheikh Rashid al-Mazrouei came from a region known for a dialect so poetic and dense with metaphor that it was considered an art form, that scholars spend entire careers trying to decode its layers of meaning. She knew that the Bani Yas tribal traditions held stories that predated Islam by centuries, that contained astronomical and mathematical knowledge that challenged Western assumptions about who discovered what and when. She knew that calling the sheikh primitive was like calling the ocean simple because you'd only seen it from the shore, like dismissing a symphony because you'd only heard one note. But she said nothing. She bowed her head the way she'd been trained. She turned on her heel with practiced grace. She melted back into the shadows by the marble pillar where invisible people belonged. Grace appeared beside her moments later, reading her face the way mothers read children, the way people who had survived learn to read other survivors. "You okay, mija?" Emma gripped her serving tray tighter, her knuckles going white with the pressure. That man, Professor Whitmore, he just called the sheikh primitive. Grace's mouth formed a thin line, her jaw setting in a way Emma recognized. "Men like him always think they're the smartest people in the room," she said quietly. "Especially when they're about to be proven wrong. I've seen it 100 times. The louder they talk about how smart they are, the closer they are to humiliation." Before Emma could respond, before she could process what Grace meant, the massive oak doors at the far end of the ballroom swung open with a boom that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. The room fell silent so quickly, it felt like someone had sucked all the air out, like the universe itself was holding its breath. Sheikh Rashid al-Mazrouei walked in, and he was nothing like what the room expected. Nothing like what 40 experts had prepared for. Nothing like what Marcus Whitmore's arrogance had led him to imagine. He wasn't wearing a suit. He wasn't trying to blend in or make the Westerners comfortable or play by their rules. He was dressed in a traditional white thobe that seemed to glow in the chandelier light, the fabric immaculate and flowing, with a dark bished cloak trimmed in intricate gold embroidery draped over his shoulders, in a way that spoke of centuries of tradition. He was a man in his early 60s, with a beard more salt than pepper, meticulously groomed, and eyes that were startlingly sharp and intelligent, eyes that saw everything and missed nothing. 4 assistants trailed behind him, all looking terrified, their faces carefully controlled but their body language screaming anxiety. But that wasn't what made Emma's breath catch in her throat. That wasn't what made her heart start to pound. Walking beside the sheikh, almost hidden by the entourage, moving with careful deliberation as if she was used to being overlooked, was a woman. She was younger than the sheikh, maybe 28 or 29, wearing a beautifully tailored abaya in deep blue with delicate silver embroidery at the cuffs and hem. Her head was uncovered, her dark hair pulled back in an elegant twist that revealed a face of striking intelligence and carefully controlled emotion. She moved with the kind of grace that came from years of being watched, of being judged, of learning to carry herself with dignity, even when the world wanted to diminish her, when powerful men wanted to treat her as decoration, rather than a person with thoughts and opinions and expertise of her own. Princess Amara, Emma thought, the name surfacing from the research she'd done compulsively in the days leading up to tonight, the background reading she couldn't help doing, even though it served no practical purpose for someone whose job was to serve drinks and disappear. The sheikh's daughter. Emma had read about her in the academic journals she used to subscribe to, before the debt forced her to cancel every non-essential expense. Amara al-Mazrouei, educated at Oxford, one of the few women in her program, PhD in Islamic Studies with a focus on women's participation in early Islamic scholarship, a dissertation that had won awards and been praised by scholars around the world. Fluent in 5 languages, competent in 3 more, published exactly 2 academic papers before disappearing from public intellectual life as if she'd never existed, as if her voice and her knowledge and her contributions suddenly didn't matter. The sheikh walked to the center of the ballroom where a single armchair had been placed on a slightly raised platform, positioned like a throne. He sat down with slow deliberation, his posture regal and utterly still, radiating the kind of authority that didn't need to announce itself. He looked at the 40 experts surrounding him the way a hawk surveys field mice, the way a teacher surveys students who haven't done their homework. Princess Amara moved to a chair at the very back of the room, carefully positioned out of the spotlight, and sat down with the same deliberate grace her father had shown. Emma watched her carefully smooth her abaya, watched her fold her hands in her lap in a pose that suggested both composure and restraint, watched her eyes scan the room once, taking in everything, before settling on a neutral middle distance that suggested she was present but not participating. Emma recognized that posture. She recognized that carefully blank expression. It was the posture of someone who had learned to be invisible, someone who had learned that being seen came with too high a price, someone who had discovered that power was willing to tolerate brilliance in women only as long as it stayed silent. Mr. Caldwell rushed forward, his hands shaking visibly now, his forehead gleaming with fresh sweat despite the cool temperature. Your Excellency, welcome to the Obsidian Hotel. It is our profound honor to host you this evening. We have assembled the finest translators and cultural experts from across the Western world to assist you in whatever you need, to facilitate communication, to ensure that every nuance of meaning is properly conveyed. The sheikh held up one hand, palm forward, a simple gesture that somehow contained absolute authority. Caldwell froze mid-sentence, his mouth still half open, his next words dying unspoken. I do not need translators, the sheikh said, and his voice carried through the vast ballroom with perfect clarity despite being barely above conversational volume. His English was perfect, accented but crisp and precise, each word carefully chosen and weighted. I speak your language. I have been speaking English since I was 6 years old, since before most of you were born. I am here to see if you can speak mine. The room shifted, the atmosphere changing in an instant from anticipation to uncertainty. This was not how anyone had expected this evening to begin. Marcus Whitmore stepped forward then, smoothing his expensive tie with manicured hands, his smile confident and practiced. Your Excellency, I am Professor Marcus Whitmore of Georgetown University. I have published 12 books on the linguistic history of your region, with particular focus on dialectical variations and their impact on international relations. It would be an honor to facilitate this discussion and offer my expertise in navigating the complexities of cross-cultural communication and diplomatic protocol. Sit, the sheikh commanded softly. The word was barely above a whisper, but it carried such weight, such unquestionable authority, that Whitmore's confident expression faltered. For a moment, Emma thought he might refuse, might assert his own importance, might make this into a confrontation. But then something in the sheikh's eyes, some quality of absolute certainty, made Whitmore's shoulders drop slightly. He sat down on one of the folding chairs that had been arranged in a semicircle around the sheikh's elevated position, and Emma could see the color rising in his face, could see his jaw clenching with suppressed embarrassment. My father, the sheikh began, his voice forcing everyone in the vast ballroom to lean in closer, to strain to hear every word, taught me that a contract is ink on paper, signatures and clauses and terms that lawyers negotiate. But trust is a shared breath. Trust is understanding what is not said, reading between the lines, hearing the silence between words. Trust cannot be purchased or negotiated. It can only be earned through genuine understanding. He paused, letting the silence stretch until it became uncomfortable, until people began to shift in their seats and exchange uncertain glances. I have a test, he continued, his eyes scanning the faces of the 40 experts who had come here to compete for his approval. One question. I will speak a phrase. It is from the old stories of my tribe, the bani yas, regarding the wind. You will tell me what it means, not the literal translation that any dictionary can provide, the meaning, the truth that lives beneath the words. Emma, standing 20 feet away in the shadows behind her marble pillar, felt a chill run down her spine like ice water. The bani yas stories were oral traditions, passed down grandmother to granddaughter for countless generations. They were rarely written down because writing them would drain them of their power, would fix in place something that was meant to be fluid and living. You couldn't Google them. You couldn't learn them in a classroom at Oxford or Harvard or anywhere else. You couldn't master them through intellectual analysis alone. You had to feel them. You had to let them live in your bones. You had to understand them the way you understood breathing, without thinking, without trying, by being fully present to their wisdom. If anyone can answer, the sheikh said, his voice carrying an edge now, a hint of challenge and perhaps disappointment that he was already expecting them to fail, their firm gets the contract. If no one can answer, if 40 of the Western world's finest minds cannot understand a simple phrase my grandmother taught me when I was 6 years old, I take my business to China. I go elsewhere. I find partners who understand that wisdom is not the same as information, that knowledge is not the same as understanding. The tension in the room became physical, almost visible, like electricity gathering before a lightning strike. Emma could see it in the way the 40 experts straightened their spines, in the way their eyes gleamed with competitive hunger and intellectual pride. $40 billion was on the line. $40 billion and the validation that came from being the one who succeeded where others failed. From proving you were the smartest person in a room full of smart people. The sheikh waited until the silence was absolute, until Emma could hear the whisper of the air conditioning and the distant clink of glasses being prepared in the service area. Then he leaned forward slightly, his dark eyes scanning the faces of the men and women who claimed to understand his culture better than he did, who had written books and given lectures and built entire careers on their supposed expertise. He spoke. The words came out in a rhythmic, lilting cadence that sounded like sand shifting over stone, like wind through palm trees, like water moving underground where no one could see it. The dialect was archaic, beautifully archaic, mixed with elements of classical Arabic poetry in a way that created layers upon layers of meaning. Emma's heart began to pound because she understood every word, every nuance, every carefully chosen vowel and consonant. If the wind blows, do not be a wall. Be a reed, because the wall breaks the wind, but the reed kisses it. The sheikh paused, letting the words settle, then added the second half of the phrase, the part that changed everything, the part that revealed whether you truly understood or were just translating sounds into other sounds. Lehan al-jadiru illa. The room remained silent, but it was the silence of confusion now, of minds racing to find answers in databases that didn't contain this information, in textbooks that had never recorded these words, in expertise that was suddenly terrifyingly inadequate. Emma, frozen in her spot behind the marble pillar, knew the answer. It lived in her bones because her mother had sung it to her when she was small, had explained its layers while they drove through desert landscapes on research trips, had made sure Emma understood that this wasn't just poetry, but a way of understanding the world. Marcus Whitmore stood up first, and Emma could see the confidence in his posture, the certainty that came from never having truly failed at anything that mattered. He looked like a man who was about to cement his reputation, who was about to prove once and for all that Western education and intellectual rigor could master any cultural challenge. "Your Excellency," Whitmore boomed, his voice filling the ballroom with self-assured authority that made several people jump. A beautiful sentiment, truly beautiful. It translates to, if the wind blows, do not be a wall. Be a reed, because the wall breaks the wind, but the reed kisses it. He paused for effect, looking around the room as if expecting applause, as if waiting for everyone to acknowledge his brilliance. "It is a metaphor for flexibility in business negotiations," Whitmore continued, warming to his subject now. "We must be adaptable, like the reed, able to bend without breaking, in order to survive the forces of the market. The wall represents rigidity, the inability to compromise. And we see throughout history how rigid structures eventually crumble, while flexible ones endure. This is the Sheikh's way of telling us that he values partners who can adapt, who can find creative solutions, who won't break under pressure. The Sheikh looked at Whitmore, and his expression didn't change. Not even a flicker of recognition or approval. Not even a hint that Whitmore had gotten anything right. "That is the literal translation," the Sheik said coldly, each word like a knife cutting through Whitmore's confidence. "Any first-year student with a basic dictionary and an internet connection could tell me that. The words are correct, but the metaphor is wrong. The meaning is wrong. You have understood nothing." He leaned back in his chair. "Next." A murmur rippled through the crowd. 40 experts suddenly uncertain, suddenly aware that this wasn't going to be as easy as they'd thought. Marcus Whitmore's confident smile faltered and died like a candle in the wind. He sat down slowly, his face turning red, looking like he'd been physically slapped, like someone had just publicly humiliated him in a way he'd never experienced before. The rest of the testing began, one expert after another standing to offer their interpretation, each one more desperate than the last, each one revealing just how little they truly understood, despite all their education and expertise in published papers. And Emma stood in the shadows, watching it all, her heart pounding, knowing the answer but bound by invisible chains to silence, until Grace appeared beside her one more time, reading her face, seeing the truth, and making a choice that would change everything. "You know the answer?" Grace whispered. "Don't you, mija?" It wasn't a question, it was recognition. Emma's hands trembled on her serving tray. "I can't. If I speak up, Caldwell will fire me. I'll lose everything. I'll be back to nothing." Grace set down her own tray with deliberate care. Then she reached out and took Emma's tray from her hands, removing the last physical barrier between Emma and the choice she had to make. "Listen to me," Grace said quietly, her voice fierce in a way Emma had never heard before. "I've spent 28 years being invisible in this room. You know why?" Emma shook her head, unable to speak. "Because I was scared," Grace said. "Scared of being seen. Scared of what would happen if I reminded them I was human. Scared of losing the little bit of safety I'd managed to build. So I stayed small. I stayed quiet. I let them treat me like furniture for 3 decades because I thought that was the only way to survive." She squeezed Emma's hands, her grip warm and strong. "I'll cover your tables," Grace said. "You go answer that question. Don't let fear steal your voice the way it stole mine. Don't waste the gift your mother gave you. Don't be me. Be better than me. Be brave." Emma looked at the older woman, at the lines around her eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and endless worry, at the strength that came from surviving things that should have broken her but somehow didn't, at the love that poured out of her despite every reason she had to be bitter and hard. "Do it for both of us," Grace said softly. "Do it for every invisible woman in this room. Do it for your mother. Do it because the truth matters more than fear." The sheikh was standing now, preparing to leave. 30 experts had failed. The contract was dying. $40 billion was walking out the door because of a poem nobody understood. Emma stepped out from behind the marble pillar. The floor felt like ice beneath her cheap shoes. Her legs were shaking so badly she wasn't sure they would hold her weight. Her heart was hammering against her ribs hard enough to hurt. But she kept walking. One step, then another, then another. She walked toward the center of the vast ballroom where the sheikh stood with his back to the crowd, looking out the massive windows at the New York skyline lit up against the darkness, preparing to leave, preparing to take his business elsewhere, preparing to prove that Western expertise was just arrogance wearing academic credentials. The experts were arguing among themselves now, their voices rising in frustration and accusation. Marcus Whitmore was red-faced, shouting at a colleague about historical context and regional variations. No one noticed the waitress approaching. No one saw her because they never saw her. She was invisible. She was furniture. She was nothing. Emma reached the sheikh. She held out her empty hands because Grace had taken her tray, had removed that last symbol of servitude. "Water, Your Excellency," she heard herself say, her voice small and frightened, but clear enough. The sheikh didn't turn. "I asked for answers, not water." Emma's mouth was dry. Her voice came out barely above a whisper. But Grace had given her this chance. Her mother had trained her for this moment, even if neither of them knew it at the time. She couldn't waste it. She couldn't let fear win. Sometimes, Your Excellency, the water is the answer. The sheikh froze. Slowly, very slowly, like a man who can't quite believe what he's hearing, he turned to look at her. He saw a waitress, a nobody. A young woman in an ill-fitting vest and cheap shoes that had a hole forming at the toe. His eyes narrowed with confusion, and perhaps the beginnings of anger at this breach of protocol. What did you say? Emma looked down at her feet, every instinct screaming at her to apologize and retreat to the shadows where she belonged. She needed this job. She had rent due in 3 days. If she spoke now, Caldwell would fire her before she finished her sentence. She would be homeless by the end of the week. But Grace's voice echoed in her head. Don't waste your voice, and her mother's voice, from so very long ago. The truth is in the women's stories, Emma. Always listen to what the grandmothers sing. The reed, Emma said quietly, her voice trembling but growing stronger with each word. It doesn't kiss the wind because it is flexible, Your Excellency. The room went silent. Every argument stopped mid-word. Marcus Whitmore's voice cut off like someone had pressed a mute button. Mr. Caldwell's eyes bulged in his red face. 40 pairs of eyes turned to stare at the waitress who had just broken the most cardinal rule of all. A servant was speaking to the client. An invisible woman had reminded them she was human. Excuse me, Whitmore snapped, stepping forward with barely controlled rage. Girl, get back to the kitchen immediately. You are disturbing a very important negotiation. You are completely out of line. Security should escort you out right now. Let her speak, the sheikh said. And Emma knew in that moment that everything was about to change. The sheikh wasn't looking at Marcus Whitmore. His eyes were locked on Emma's face with an intensity that made her want to disappear back into the shadows, to become invisible again, to return to the safety of not mattering. But she had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. She had spoken. She had reminded them all that she was human. Let her speak, the sheikh repeated, and this time his voice carried a warning that made even Whitmore take a step back. Emma took a breath that felt like swallowing glass. Her hands were shaking so badly she had to clasp them together to keep them still. Every face in the ballroom was turned toward her now. 40 experts, hotel management, security guards, Princess Amara in the back of the room, Grace somewhere behind her, sending silent strength across the space between them. Emma switched languages. Not to English, not to the modern standard Arabic they taught in every university program. She spoke in the exact obscure dialect of the Bani Yas tribe, the one her mother had taught her during long summers in the desert, the one that lived in her bones like a second heartbeat. She accented the vowels exactly as the sheikh had, finding the rhythm and cadence that made the words more than just sounds, that transformed them into something alive and breathing. The wall breaks the wind because it is proud, Emma said in his tongue, her voice growing steadier with each syllable. But the reed allows the wind to pass through it, not to survive, but to sing. She watched the sheikh's eyes widen, saw something flicker across his face that might have been shock or recognition or both. Emma switched back to English, her voice carrying now to every corner of the vast ballroom. The phrase isn't about business negotiations or war or political flexibility, Your Excellency. It's about grief. It's about loss. It's about what we do with pain when it threatens to destroy us. The silence was so complete, Emma could hear the blood rushing in her ears, could hear her own heartbeat, could hear the whisper of fabric as people shifted in their seats. The reed kisses the wind, Emma continued. And now she was speaking not just to the sheikh, but to everyone, to all these brilliant people who had missed the truth because they were looking for complexity, when the answer was something simpler and deeper. When a reed is hollowed out, when the wind blows through the empty space inside it, it becomes a flute. It makes music. She looked up, meeting the sheikh's gaze directly for the first time, seeing the tears gathering in his eyes, and knowing she had found the truth. Your father was telling you that you must let the pain of life pass through you. Don't block it like a wall, or you will crumble under the weight. Don't resist it or deny it or pretend it isn't there. Let it pass through you. Let it hollow you out. And then use that hollow space to create something beautiful. Turn the sorrow into a song. Turn the grief into music. That is the duty of a leader. That is the responsibility of someone who has survived loss. To transform it into wisdom. To make something beautiful from something broken. The silence that followed was absolute, crushing. It felt like the entire ballroom had forgotten how to breathe. Then, from the back of the room, someone else stood up. Princess Amara rose from her chair with deliberate grace, and every eye in the room shifted to her. She had been silent all evening, decorative and invisible in the way powerful men preferred their women to be. But now she walked forward, her steps measured and purposeful, until she stood beside Emma. Two women standing together, a waitress and a princess, both invisible in their own ways, both finding their voices in the same moment. "She is correct, father," Princess Amara said, and Emma heard that she was speaking in the same Bani Yas dialect Emma had used. Her accent perfect, her tone carrying decades of unspoken words. The reed kisses the wind to make music from sorrow. The sheikh turned to look at his daughter, and Emma saw something crack in his expression, saw the careful control he'd maintained all evening begin to crumble. "I have always understood this phrase," Amara continued, switching to English now so everyone could understand, so there could be no doubt about what she was saying. "Since I was a child, since grandfather first spoke it to you, and you whispered it to me when you thought I wasn't listening. You never asked me, father. You never thought to ask the women if we understood. You brought 40 experts from around the world, spent months arranging the summit, offered billions of dollars in contracts. But you never asked your own daughter. You never asked the women who have been carrying these stories for generations." Emma stood beside her, and their hands found each other without either of them quite meaning it to happen. Their fingers intertwined, and Emma felt strength flowing between them. Two women who had learned to be small suddenly discovering they could be large. The sheikh looked between them, and Emma watched his face transform. The tears in his eyes spilled over now, running down into his beard, and he made no effort to hide them or wipe them away. "Who are you?" he whispered to Emma, his voice breaking on the words. Before Emma could answer, before she could explain that she was nobody, just a waitress with a history she'd been running from for 4 years, Mr. Caldwell pushed through the crowd of stunned experts. His face was purple with rage, his eyes bulging, spittle flying from his mouth as he spoke. "I am so deeply sorry, Your Excellency," Caldwell stammered, grabbing Emma's arm with painful force and yanking her away from Princess Amara. "This staff member is clearly deranged. She has violated every protocol. This is completely unacceptable. I don't know how she even knows your language. She will be removed immediately and prosecuted for fraud and impersonation." "Security! Take your hands off her," the sheikh said, and his voice was low and dangerous, carrying a weight that made Caldwell's fingers spring open as if Emma's arm had burned him. "She is not fired," the sheikh continued, standing now and taking a step toward them. "She is not being removed. She is the only person in this room who is hired. She and my daughter are the only ones who understood what 40 of the Western world's finest experts could not comprehend." Marcus Whitmore laughed then, a nervous sound that held an edge of desperation. "Your Excellency, surely you jest. This is absurd. She is a servant. She serves drinks and clears tables. She probably looked up the answer on her phone in the hallway. You cannot base a $40 billion decision on a waitress's lucky guess. This could be a scam, a setup, corporate espionage. We should be investigating how she knew to be here tonight, what her real agenda is." The sheikh turned to Whitmore, and there was something in his eyes now that made the professor take an involuntary step backward. "You think it was a guess?" the sheikh asked quietly. "It has to be," Whitmore said, looking at Emma with pure contempt now, with the kind of hatred that comes from being humiliated by someone you consider beneath you. "She serves appetizers for minimum wage. She doesn't understand the complexities of international trade or cultural diplomacy or geopolitical strategy. This is clearly a performance, possibly even rehearsed. How else would an uneducated service worker know an obscure tribal dialect that isn't even taught in universities?" "She knew it," the sheikh said, "because someone taught her. Someone who understood that knowledge isn't about credentials or institutions or the approval of people like you, Professor Whitmore." He turned back to Emma. "Who taught you?" "Your accent is perfect. You learned this from someone who lived with my people, who spent time in the desert, who listened to the grandmothers instead of just the sheiks and imams and official spokespersons. Who was your teacher?" Emma's throat tightened. She hadn't spoken her mother's name aloud in years, not since the funeral, not since she'd packed away all the photos and books and recordings because looking at them hurt too much. "My mother," Emma whispered. The sheikh's eyebrows rose. Your mother knew the Baniyas dialects? She studied with my people? Emma nodded, and suddenly Grace was there beside her, materializing out of the crowd to place a steadying hand on Emma's shoulder. My mother was Dr. Emma Chen. She was a cultural anthropologist at Georgetown University. She spent 15 years documenting women's oral traditions across the Middle East. The sheikh went very still. Michelle Chen, he repeated slowly, and Emma heard recognition in his voice, saw something like pain flash across his face. Dr. Michelle Chen from Georgetown. I know that name. He turned to one of his assistants, speaking rapidly in Arabic, and the young man hurried away. While they waited, Emma became aware that Princess Amara was still holding her hand, that Grace's hand was on her shoulder, that she was surrounded by women who were holding her up when her legs felt like they might give out. Then let us test her, the sheikh said, turning back to address the room, to address Marcus Whitmore, who was still standing there with his face red and his fists clenched. Let us test them both. My daughter also knew the answer. Perhaps, Professor Whitmore, the problem is not their knowledge. Perhaps the problem is your assumptions about who deserves to be heard, about whose voices matter, about who holds real wisdom. The sheikh returned to his chair and sat down with the same regal deliberation he'd shown earlier. Pull up chairs for these women, he commanded. They will sit, you will stand. Within seconds, 2 chairs appeared, carried by hotel staff who looked as stunned as everyone else. Emma sat down, feeling the absurdity of the moment, feeling like she'd stepped into some kind of fever dream. She was sitting in the center of the ballroom, where moments ago she'd been invisible. Princess Amara sat beside her, their chairs touching, still holding hands like children facing something frightening together. Professor Whitmore, the sheikh said, his voice cold and precise, you claim this woman is a fraud. You claim her knowledge is impossible for someone of her station. Very well. Ask her a question. Any question regarding my region's history, language, culture, politics, or traditions. If she fails, I sign with your firm tonight. If she succeeds, you leave this room and never work in the Middle East again. Whitmore's face twisted into something cruel, predatory. Emma recognized that look. She'd seen it before on the faces of men who felt threatened by women's intelligence, who needed to prove that brilliance couldn't exist outside the narrow confines they'd defined. Very well, Whitmore said, straightening his expensive tie and walking to stand in front of Emma like a prosecutor before a witness. Let's start with something simple to warm up those little gray cells, shall we? He paused, letting the condescension drip from every word. The Treaty of Al-Qadir, 1892. It's often cited as the beginning of modern trade agreements in the region. Who was the primary signatory for the British Empire? And here's the part you won't know, the part that isn't in any general history book. What was the specific ink composition used to sign the document? It was a trick question, deliberately obscure. Emma had seen Whitmore use this tactic before in her previous life, when she'd attended conferences where he was the keynote speaker. He liked to ask questions so arcane that even experts couldn't answer them, then use their failure to prove his own superiority. But Emma had written a paper on this exact treaty in her second year at Cambridge. She'd spent 3 months in the British Museum archives examining the original documents, had noted every detail, because her mother had taught her that the small things often revealed the biggest truths. Emma didn't blink. She sat with her back straight, hands folded in her lap, and looked directly at Whitmore when she answered. The Treaty of Al-Qadir was never signed in 1892, she said calmly. The room went quiet. Whitmore's smirk froze on his face. The meeting took place in August of 1892, Emma continued. But the delegates were delayed by a sandstorm in the empty quarter that lasted 11 days. The treaty was drafted and agreed upon in principle, but the actual signing didn't happen until January 15th of 1893. Whitmore opened his mouth, but no sound came out. As for the ink, Emma went on, they didn't use standard British India ink because the heat had caused it to separate and coagulate in the bottles during transport. Sir Arthur Hamilton, who was the actual signatory after the original diplomat fell ill with dysentery, used a local mixture provided by the Bani Yas elders. It was made from crushed gallnuts, lamp soot, and gum arabic. You can still see the difference in the British Museum's collection if you know what to look for. The local ink has a slightly warmer tone and doesn't show the same fading patterns as manufactured British ink from that period. She paused, then added, "The reason this detail is rarely mentioned in historical accounts is because it was seen as embarrassing that the British had to rely on local knowledge and materials. The official record was altered to save face. But if you examine Sir Arthur's personal diary, which is in a private collection at Cambridge, he describes the entire incident in detail, including the recipe for the ink." The sheikh leaned forward, his eyes bright with something that might have been delight. "Is she correct, Professor Whitmore?" Whitmore swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly. He looked around at his colleagues, searching for support, but found only stunned faces. Finally, a woman in the back, Dr. Helena Kovacs from Harvard, slowly stood. "She is correct," Dr. Kovacs said quietly, staring at Emma like she was seeing a ghost. "That level of detail is not common knowledge. I've read the same private diary she's referencing. The question is, how does a waitress at a New York hotel know about documents housed in private collections at Cambridge?" "Because I was a doctoral candidate at Cambridge," Emma said, and her voice was steady now, the terror receding, the old confidence returning like muscle memory. "I specialized in pre-Islamic poetry and women's oral traditions in the Arabian Peninsula. I wrote my qualifying paper on early colonial treaties and their impact on indigenous knowledge systems. I withdrew from the program 4 years ago to care for my dying father." The room exploded in whispers. Emma heard fragments of conversations, speculation, shock. Whitmore's face had gone from red to a kind of grayish pale. But he wasn't finished. If anything, the revelation that Emma had academic credentials seemed to enrage him further. "Fine," he snapped, abandoning any pretense of warmth or collegiality. "Trivia is easy. Anyone can memorize dates and details if they have a good enough memory. Let's talk about something that requires real understanding. Let's talk about law." He stepped closer, invading Emma's personal space deliberately, trying to intimidate her with his physical presence, with the invisible weight of his authority. "In the obscure inheritance laws of the pre-unification period," Whitmore said, speaking rapidly as if speed would prevent her from formulating an answer, "if a man dies leaving only a daughter and a brother, but the daughter has a son who is mute, how is the land divided according to the Codex of the Southern Sands?" It was a labyrinthine question, deliberately complex, involving 3 layers of conflicting legal traditions. Islamic jurisprudence, tribal custom, and colonial administrative law all intersected in ways that created paradoxes and contradictions. Emma closed her eyes for just a moment. She wasn't in the ballroom anymore. She was in the library at Cambridge late at night, her father sitting across from her even though he was already sick, even though he should have been resting. They'd been working through these exact legal puzzles because he'd said they were important, that understanding them might matter someday in ways she couldn't predict. "Think, Emma," he'd said in that soft voice that was already starting to fade. "The law isn't mathematics. It's not about finding the right formula. It's a story about people, about what a society values, about who it protects and who it abandons. Always ask yourself, what is the law trying to protect?" Emma opened her eyes and looked directly at Whitmore. "The land is not divided," she said clearly. Whitmore laughed triumphantly. "Wrong. It's a 60-40 split favoring the brother with a stipend for the grandson to be held in trust until he reaches majority, or demonstrates capacity through some approved method of communication, which in modern interpretations can include sign language or technological assistance." Emma didn't flinch. She waited until his laughter died down, until the room was quiet again. "The land is not divided," she repeated, "because under the Codex of the Southern Sands, land cannot be inherited by a mute male heir. The law specifically states that land passes only to those who can speak the traditional oaths of stewardship aloud in the presence of witnesses." Whitmore's smile faltered. "However," Emma continued, "the land also cannot be taken from a direct female descendant when there is a living male heir in her line, even if that heir is legally incapable of inheritance. This creates what is known as al-Waqf al-Samit, the silent trust." She leaned forward slightly. "The land is held in legal suspension by the brother as trustee until one of 3 conditions is met. Either the daughter bears another son who is not mute, or the mute son performs a recognized deed of valor that demonstrates his worthiness despite his inability to speak the oaths, or a council of family elders unanimously agrees to break the trust. Until one of those conditions is satisfied, the land belongs to no one. It belongs to God. It exists in a state of sacred suspension. The silence that followed was absolute. Emma could hear her own breathing, could hear the whisper of the air conditioning, could hear someone's watch ticking 20 feet away. The sheikh let out a long, slow breath. Al-Waqf al-Samit, he said softly, almost to himself. I have not heard that term referenced in 30 years. Not since my own father explained it to me when I was a boy. He looked at Whitmore with something close to pity. Well, Professor, is she wrong? Whitmore was sweating visibly now, pulling out his handkerchief and dabbing at his forehead with shaking hands. He knew Emma was right. She could see it in his face, in the way his confidence had evaporated like water on hot sand. She has a lucky memory for obscure facts, Whitmore stammered. But understanding language is different from memorizing laws. Anyone can read books and repeat what they've learned. Real expertise comes from living the culture, from years of fieldwork and immersion, and building relationships with people who actually matter. Then test her language, the sheikh said, and there was steel in his voice now. Stop playing with toys, Professor. Stop trying to trap her with trivia. Use the sword. Test something that cannot be learned from books. Test something that requires the kind of deep cultural understanding you claim she cannot possibly possess. Whitmore nodded, his eyes narrowing with malicious intent. He was done playing fair. He was going to use the one thing no outsider could possibly know, the one test that no amount of academic study could prepare someone for. Very well, Whitmore said. He switched to Arabic, but not any Arabic that most people would recognize. He spoke in a rapid fire, slurred street dialect used by smugglers in the coastal regions during the 1970s. It was a code as much as a language, filled with double meanings and slang that had died out decades ago. A way of speaking that marked you as either an insider or a fool trying to pretend. The fish swims at midnight, Whitmore said in this obscure dialect, but the net is made of gold. If the market burns, where does the salt go? It sounded like absolute nonsense to everyone in the room. Emma saw the confusion on the other experts' faces, saw them exchanging uncertain glances. Even Dr. Kovac looked lost. But Emma's mother had recorded interviews with women who'd been part of that smuggling network, who'd moved goods through checkpoints and across borders when their men were in prison or dead. Michelle Chen had spent months living in fishing villages, earning trust slowly, learning this exact dialect from grandmothers who'd used it to coordinate resistance during the worst years of colonial oppression. Emma looked at Whitmore, and she felt something click into place. This wasn't about knowledge anymore. This was about power. This was about a man who needed to prove that women couldn't possibly understand things he'd decided belonged to men. She replied in the same dialect, matching his speed, matching his tone, matching the slight sneer in his voice that marked contempt for outsiders. The salt returns to the sea, old man, Emma said in the smuggler's tongue. But the gold melts in fire, and a net of melted gold catches nothing but the greed of the fisherman who thought he could buy what should be earned through honor. Marcus Whitmore stumbled backward like she'd physically struck him. His face went white, then red, then white again. The sheikh stood up. He began to clap, slowly and deliberately, each strike of his hands echoing through the vast ballroom. Incredible, the sheikh said, genuine wonder in his voice. She speaks the smuggler's tongue. I didn't think anyone under the age of 60 even knew that dialect existed, let alone could speak it fluently enough to use the proper idioms and maintain the correct contemptuous tone that marks insider status. He walked over to Emma and Princess Amara, ignoring Marcus Whitmore completely now, looking at them both with something that might have been respect or recognition or both. Who taught you? The sheikh asked Emma. You cannot learn the smuggler's tongue at a university. You cannot learn it from books. The women who spoke it are almost all dead now. So who was your teacher? Emma felt her throat tighten with grief that never quite went away. My mother, she said again. Dr. Michelle Chen. She recorded their stories before they died. She learned their language because she believed their voices mattered, that the unofficial histories were just as important as the official ones. More important, maybe, because they told the truth about how people actually lived and survived and resisted. The sheikh's eyes widened with recognition. Your mother was Michelle Chen, he repeated, the woman who came to our region in the 1990s, the scholar who lived with the fishing communities and documented the women's resistance networks. You knew her? Emma asked, her voice breaking slightly. Not personally, the sheikh said. But my father knew her. My father wrote about her in his diary. He said she was one of only 3 Westerners he ever truly trusted. The assistant returned then, carrying a small leather-bound book that looked ancient, its pages yellowed and fragile. The sheikh took it with reverent care and opened it, turning pages until he found what he was looking for. My father kept detailed journals, the sheikh explained, his voice softer now, more personal. He wrote about everyone he met, especially those he thought might be important to remember. He was a cautious man, my father. He trusted very few people from the West, because so many had betrayed him. He found the page he wanted and began to read, first in Arabic, then translating to English for everyone to understand. The American woman Chen is strange, the sheikh read. She does not drink alcohol at our gatherings. She does not chase after power or influence or the approval of men. She sits with the grandmothers by the fire and listens to their stories for hours without interrupting, without trying to impose her own interpretations or theories. She speaks our tongue better than the diplomats from the city who claim to represent us. She weeps when the old women weep and laughs when they laugh. I trust her. The sheikh looked up from the diary, his eyes meeting Emma's. My father trusted 3 people in his life, he said. His wife, his brother, and your mother. He closed the book with careful reverence. You say your father was a traitor, Whitmore said moments ago, but I say he was the only Westerner who never lied to my family. And if your mother earned my father's trust, if she understood enough to learn the smuggler's tongue from the grandmothers themselves, then she understood more than all 40 of these so-called experts combined. Marcus Whitmore's face was a portrait of rage and humiliation. But Your Excellency, he tried one more time, his voice desperate now. Surely you cannot base a multi-billion-dollar contract on the word of a waitress, regardless of her education or her mother's work. This is not how business is conducted. This is not how rational decisions are made. No, the sheikh said coldly. This is not how you conduct business, Professor Whitmore. This is not how people like you make decisions, but I am not people like you. He turned away from Whitmore, dismissing him completely, and addressed Emma directly. You said your mother was Dr. Michelle Chen from Georgetown. Past tense. She has passed away? Emma nodded, not trusting her voice. I am sorry, the sheikh said with genuine sympathy. When? 12 years ago, Emma whispered. I was 14. Cancer. The sheikh's expression changed, something flickering across his face that Emma couldn't quite read. Cancer, he repeated. How long from diagnosis to death? 3 months, Emma said. It happened very fast. Too fast, the doctor said, but they couldn't explain why. She was healthy one day and dying the next. The sheikh exchanged a look with his daughter that Emma didn't understand. Then he turned back to his assistant and said something in rapid Arabic that Emma's exhausted brain couldn't quite follow. The young man hurried away again. And your father? The sheikh asked. He passed away recently, you said. 4 years ago, Emma confirmed. After the fire, after the medical bills, after everything. What fire? Emma's voice was flat, emotionless, the way it got when she talked about things that hurt too much to feel. There was a fire at his house in Maryland. They said it was electrical, an accident. But he always said it was intentional, that someone was trying to kill him, trying to destroy his research. He survived, but he was badly burned. The medical bills bankrupted us. I had to leave Cambridge to take care of him. He died 18 months later. The ballroom had gone very quiet. Even the experts who had been whispering among themselves had fallen silent, sensing that something important was being revealed. The sheikh's face had become grave. Miss Chen, he said formally, I think you need to know something. Something my father wrote about your mother. He opened the diary again, turning to a different section, one marked with a ribbon as if he'd been expecting to read this passage tonight. 2 months after Michelle Chen left our region to return to America, my father wrote this entry. It was dated February 1995. The sheikh began to read, his voice heavy with significance. I have received disturbing news through my sources in the diplomatic corps. Dr. Michelle Chen has fallen ill. They say it is cancer of the stomach, very aggressive, spreading rapidly. But I do not believe this is natural. She was healthy when she left here. She was strong. She had no history of illness. And I know that she found something during her research, something about the women's knowledge networks, something that connected to the mineral surveys and the ancient trade routes. She told me she was going to publish her findings. She told me it would change how people understood the region's history. And now she is dying of a cancer that appears without warning and kills with impossible speed. The sheikh looked up from the diary. My father believed your mother was murdered, Miss Chen. He believed she was poisoned with something that mimicked cancer, something that could not be traced or proven. He wrote about his suspicions to several people, but nothing came of it. He was dismissed as paranoid, as seeing conspiracies where none existed. Emma felt the blood draining from her face. Grace's hand tightened on her shoulder, holding her upright. Princess Amara's fingers squeezed hers. That's... Emma started, then stopped, unable to finish the thought. That's impossible. My mother died of cancer. I was there. I saw the medical reports. Did you? The sheikh asked gently. Or did you see what a 14-year-old girl was shown by adults who wanted to protect her from a truth too terrible to understand? Emma's mind was reeling. She thought about her father's obsession after her mother died, his paranoia that everyone had dismissed, his constant muttering about people watching them, about secrets that had to be kept, about knowledge that was too dangerous. Who would do that? Emma asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Who would murder a scholar, a professor who just wanted to document women's stories? The same people who wanted my father's mineral deposits, the sheikh said. The same people who wanted to control the narrative about who built civilization in our region, who held knowledge, who deserves credit for innovation and wisdom. Your mother found proof that women created mathematical and astronomical systems that predated what the West claims to have invented. She found evidence that trade networks were managed by women, that women were the real power in ancient societies before patriarchal systems were imposed. That kind of knowledge is dangerous to people whose authority rests on lies about male supremacy and Western superiority. He paused, letting that sink in. I believe your mother was killed because she was about to overturn centuries of false history. And I believe your father was killed for the same reason, after he continued her work, after he came to us seeking the evidence she'd been gathering when she died. Princess Amara spoke then, her voice gentle but firm. My mother died in childbirth with my younger brother, or that's what they told us. But she was healthy, strong. She'd already given birth to me without complications. My father has spent 28 years wondering if her death was truly natural or if it was something else. She looked at Emma with eyes full of shared grief. We are both daughters of women who knew too much, women who were silenced because their voices threatened powerful men. Emma couldn't breathe. The ballroom felt too small, too hot, too crowded. Everything she'd believed about her parents' deaths was shattering, reforming into a pattern that was worse than any nightmare. The consortium, the sheikh said quietly. Global Strategy Consortium. Have you heard of them? Emma shook her head numbly. They are a shadow board of 12 of the largest corporations in the world. Oil, weapons, technology, pharmaceuticals. They control 40% of global mineral extraction. They heard rumors about the discoveries my father made, about the evidence your mother was compiling, about the ancient sites that proved women held the real power in early civilizations. When diplomatic pressure didn't work, when bribery didn't work, they turned to other methods. He looked at Marcus Whitmore, who had gone very pale and very still. Methods like recruiting ambitious academics who felt overlooked and underappreciated. Academics who could be turned against their mentors with promises of fame and money and recognition. Whitmore, Emma said slowly, understanding flooding through her like ice water. You worked with my mother. You were her graduate student. The sheikh nodded. He was. He studied under both of your parents at Georgetown in the 1990s. He was brilliant but jealous, obsessed with recognition. When your parents wouldn't share credit for their discoveries, wouldn't put his name on their papers, he felt betrayed. The consortium recruited him, the sheikh continued. They promised him everything he thought he deserved, his own research budget, his own program, fame, authority. All he had to do was help discredit your mother's work, plant evidence of academic fraud, whisper the right words to the right people. Emma turned to look at Marcus Whitmore. He was standing very still now, his face ashen, his hands trembling. "Did you?" Emma asked, her voice shaking. "Did you kill my mother?" "I didn't," Whitmore started, then stopped. "I didn't know. They said they would just discredit her work. They said no one would get hurt. I was young and stupid and angry. I wanted what I deserved. I wanted people to see how brilliant I was instead of always being second best to Michelle Chen." His voice cracked. "When she got sick, when she died, I tried to walk away. But they had documentation of what I'd done. They owned me. They've owned me for 25 years. The room erupted then, everyone talking at once, experts turning on Whitmore, security guards moving forward, Mr. Caldwell looking like he was about to have a heart attack. But Emma barely heard any of it. She was thinking about her mother, about her father, about all the years she'd spent believing their deaths were just tragic bad luck, when they'd actually been murdered for knowing too much, for being too brave, for refusing to let women's voices be erased from history. Grace pulled Emma into her arms then, and Emma finally broke. She sobbed against the older woman's shoulder, while Grace held her, and whispered soothing words in Spanish, rocking her gently the way you rock a child who's just learned the world is crueler than they ever imagined. Princess Amara knelt beside them, her elegant abaya pooling on the marble floor, her hand rubbing gentle circles on Emma's back. "We've got you," Amara said softly. "You're not alone. We're here." And in that moment, surrounded by women who understood grief and loss and the burden of inherited trauma, Emma felt something shift inside her. The isolation that had defined her life for 4 years began to crack. She wasn't alone anymore. She had sisters now. The sheikh let Emma cry. He dismissed the 40 experts with a wave of his hand, told them all to leave, that the contract was no longer available, that they'd failed not just the test, but the basic requirement of human decency. Security escorted Marcus Whitmore out in handcuffs. The consortium's representative tried to speak, but the sheikh silenced him with a look. When the ballroom was finally empty except for Emma, Grace, Princess Amara, the sheikh, and a few of his most trusted assistants, when Emma had cried herself dry and pulled away from Grace's shoulder with red eyes and a blotchy face, the sheikh spoke again. "Miss Chen," he said gently. "Emma, if I may call you that, I did not bring you here tonight just to test linguistic experts. I brought you here because I knew your father had a daughter. I knew that if his daughter survived, if she had inherited even a fraction of her parents' knowledge and courage, she might appear." Emma looked up at him, confused. "Your father and my father made a pact 30 years ago," the sheikh explained. "They agreed to protect something your mother discovered. Something more valuable than any mineral deposit, more important than any contract. Your mother found an archive, Emma, a library hidden in the desert, a place where women have been preserving knowledge for thousands of years. Mathematical treatises, astronomical observations, medical texts, philosophical works, all written or dictated by women, all preserved by women, all hidden from men who would destroy or steal or claim credit for what women created." He paused, letting that sink in. "Your father spent the last years of his life trying to protect the location of that archive. He encoded it in ways that only someone with his knowledge and your mother's training could decode. He left clues, Emma, and I believe you are the key to finding them." Emma's exhausted mind struggled to process this. An archive, a women's library, knowledge that had been hidden for millennia. "I don't understand," she whispered. The sheikh smiled sadly. "You will, but first, you need to rest. You need to process what you've learned tonight. And then, if you choose to continue your parents' work, if you choose to help us find and protect this archive before the consortium destroys it, we will need your help." He stood and extended his hand to Emma. "But I'm getting ahead of myself. Tonight you have already done enough. You spoke when silence would have been easier. You honored your parents' legacy. You proved that invisible women hold the real power." Emma took his hand and let him help her to her feet. She felt Grace and Amara standing on either side of her, supporting her, holding her up. "There is much more to discuss," the sheikh said, "but not tonight. Tonight, you rest, and tomorrow, we begin." The royal suite on the 42nd floor of the Obsidian Hotel, occupied a corner of the building that commanded views in two directions, floor-to-ceiling windows framing Manhattan like it was art in a gallery, something to be observed from a safe distance rather than lived in up close. The city lights spread below them like a vast constellation that seemed to go on forever, each pinpoint of illumination representing someone's life, someone's ambition, someone's loneliness, someone's quiet desperation to matter in a world that had forgotten how to see them. From this height, from this absurd distance above the streets where real people struggled and worked and survived, the honking taxis and shouting pedestrians and grinding subway cars were reduced to perfect silence. Up here, in the rarefied air of luxury that cost $5,000 a night, more money than Emma made in a month of exhausting work, the city seemed peaceful, almost beautiful, stripped of its chaos and danger, and the grinding daily struggle that Emma knew in her bones, that had become her reality for 4 long years. The suite itself was decorated in shades of cream and gold that probably had fancy names like champagne and antique brass. Every surface soft and perfect and utterly impersonal in the way that expensive things always were. The furniture was butter-colored leather imported from somewhere in Italy, each piece so carefully designed and constructed that sitting on it felt like a transgression. Like Emma's cheap clothes would leave permanent marks, like she would somehow damage something worth more than 6 months of her salary. Crystal chandeliers that probably weighed more than she did hung from coffered ceilings that had been hand-painted by artists whose names Emma would never know. Skilled craftspeople who had probably been paid more for a single day's decorative work than Emma earned in a year of serving champagne, to people who never looked at her face. The bedroom visible through an open doorway was larger than Emma's entire studio apartment, the one she'd been barely affording for the past 4 years, while medical debt slowly crushed her underweight that never seemed to decrease no matter how many double shifts she worked. The bathroom she'd glimpsed had heated marble floors and a tub big enough to swim in, and towels so thick and soft they felt like clouds when she'd nervously touched one, afraid even that small gesture was somehow inappropriate, somehow above her station. But what made Emma's throat tight with emotion that threatened to overflow at any moment, what made tears prick at the corners of her eyes whenever she let herself think about it for more than a few seconds, wasn't the luxury. It wasn't the expensive furniture, or the imported marble, or the spectacular view, or any of the material comfort that surrounded them like a cocoon, separating them from the harsh reality of the world below. It was something infinitely more valuable than any of that. It was the fact that she wasn't alone. For the first time in 4 years, Emma Chen wasn't alone. Grace Martinez sat in one of the oversized armchairs that could have comfortably fit 2 people, her small frame nearly swallowed by the expensive upholstery. Her feet finally freed from the terrible regulation shoes that had been slowly destroying them for 28 years. She'd kicked them off the moment they entered the suite, had actually let out a small sound of relief that made Emma smile despite everything. Grace's gray hair was loose around her shoulders now that she'd finally pulled out the severe regulation bun, falling in waves that made her look younger somehow. Softer. More like herself rather than the invisible service worker the Obsidian Hotel had required her to be. Without the uniform, without the careful mask of professional blankness she'd worn for so many years, Grace looked smaller somehow, more vulnerable, but also more fully human, more real than she'd ever been allowed to be while working. She was drinking tea from a porcelain cup so delicate it was nearly translucent, holding it with both hands wrapped around the warmth like it might heat something deep inside that had been cold for too long, for years, maybe for decades. The cup probably cost more than Grace's weekly paycheck, Emma thought, and felt a surge of anger at how wrong that was, how fundamentally backwards the world had become, when cups were valued more than the hands that held them. Princess Amara al-Mazrouei stood by the windows in a simple cotton dress, having shed the formal abaya as soon as they'd crossed the threshold into private space, the moment when she could stop performing for the expectations of others. Her hair fell in dark waves past her shoulders, unbound and free in a way Emma suspected it rarely got to be, without the weight of royal protocol and cultural expectation and the careful performance of appropriate femininity. Amara looked younger somehow, almost girlish, despite being 28 years old. She was on the phone speaking rapid Arabic to someone, her tone urgent but not panicked, making arrangements Emma didn't fully understand, but could tell were important from the way Amara paced while she talked, the way her free hand moved expressively, even though the person on the other end couldn't see her. "We're staying together," Amara had announced when her father, the sheikh, offered to arrange 3 separate suites, offered to give them each their own space and privacy. Emma, Grace, and I. We worked together. We stayed together. There had been steel in her voice, quiet determination that suggested this was not negotiable, not open for discussion or patriarchal decision-making. The sheikh had looked surprised at first, his eyebrows rising, clearly not accustomed to his daughter making unilateral declarations. But then something in his expression had shifted, softened, and he looked almost proud when he simply nodded and instructed his assistants to make it happen. So here they were, 3 women who'd been complete strangers exactly 8 hours ago, their lives running on parallel tracks that never should have intersected, brought together by grief and truth, and the kind of deep recognition that happens when people who have learned to be invisible finally see each other. Emma sat on the enormous bed, the mattress so soft it felt like sitting on a cloud, still wearing her waitress uniform because she literally had nothing else. No other clothes, no luggage, no possessions beyond what she'd carried in her pockets this morning when she'd left her tiny apartment, expecting just another brutal shift. Her cheap shoes were finally kicked off, abandoned on the cream-colored carpet, and her feet ached with that deep bone weariness that comes from too many hours standing on unforgiving marble floors, in shoes that had never fit properly, because she'd bought them from a discount store where fit was less important than price. She was holding a glass of water that someone, maybe one of the sheikh's assistants, had brought her at some point, but she couldn't actually remember drinking any of it. The glass was still full, the water probably room temperature by now, condensation having long since stopped forming on the crystal surface. Her mind was still reeling from everything that had happened in the ballroom downstairs, her thoughts spinning in circles that kept returning to the same impossible, terrible, transformative truth. Her mother had been murdered. Her father had been murdered. Everything she'd believed about their deaths for her entire adult life was a carefully constructed lie. "Mia," Grace said softly, setting down her delicate teacup with careful precision and moving to sit beside Emma on the bed, the mattress dipping slightly under her weight. "You need to breathe. You're holding your breath again." Emma realized it was true. Her chest was tight, compressed, her breathing shallow and rapid, in a way that was making her lightheaded. She'd been doing this all evening, she now understood, unconsciously restricting her oxygen, as if making herself smaller physically could somehow make the truth smaller, more manageable, less overwhelming. Grace placed a warm hand on Emma's back, right between her shoulder blades, rubbing slow circles the way you comfort a frightened child who's woken from a nightmare. Except Emma knew this wasn't a nightmare she could wake from, because it was the truth, the real history of her life that had been hidden behind pretty lies. "Breathe with me," Grace said, her voice carrying the kind of calm authority that came from decades of managing crises, from 28 years of dealing with emergencies in a high-pressure environment while maintaining perfect composure. "In through your nose, nice and slow. Hold it for a count of 4. Now out through your mouth. That's it? Good, let's do it again." Emma followed Grace's instructions, synchronizing her breathing with the older woman's steady rhythm, feeling her heart rate slowly decrease, feeling the panic that had been building in her chest since the moment the sheikh revealed the truth about her mother's death. Finally recede just enough that she could think again, could form coherent thoughts instead of just spinning in circles of shock and grief and rage. They breathed together for several minutes, Grace's hand never leaving Emma's back, the steady pressure of physical anchor keeping Emma tethered to the present moment instead of drowning in the past. "Tell me about your mama," Grace said after Emma's breathing had finally steadied, after the panic had receded enough that speaking was possible again. "Not about how she died. We'll get to that later when you're ready. Right now, tell me about who she was when she was alive. Tell me about the woman who raised you." Emma's eyes filled with tears immediately, but they were different tears this time. Not the shocked, desperate, disbelieving tears she'd cried in the ballroom when the truth hit her like a physical blow. Not the panicked tears that came from feeling like the ground had disappeared beneath her feet. These were softer somehow, sadder, but also sweeter. The tears of missing someone so much it created a physical ache in your chest that never quite went away no matter how many years passed. "She was brilliant," Emma whispered, her voice rough with emotion, like scary, brilliant, the kind of smart that made other professors nervous because she could see connections they couldn't, could understand patterns they'd spent their entire careers missing. She could speak 8 languages fluently and understand 5 more well enough to read academic papers. She could walk into any room anywhere in the world, and within an hour she'd know everyone's stories, their hopes, their fears, their secrets, the things they'd never told anyone else. Emma paused, swallowing against the lump in her throat. People trusted her because she actually listened, really listened, not just waiting politely for her turn to talk or formulating her response while pretending to pay attention. She would look at you like you were the only person in the world who mattered, like whatever you were saying was the most important thing she'd ever heard. That's a rare gift, you know. Most people are so busy thinking about themselves, they never really hear anyone else. But Mom heard everything. "What else?" Grace prompted gently, her hand still rubbing those soothing circles on Emma's back. "What did she love? What made her laugh? What did she do when she wasn't being brilliant?" Emma smiled through her tears, memories flooding back now that Grace had opened the gate, released by the older woman's gentle questioning and genuine interest. She used to sing while she cooked, these old songs from all over the world, songs she'd learned during her research trips or from women in the communities she studied. Arabic lullabies and Spanish folk songs and Chinese opera. This beautiful mishmash of cultures and languages all flowing together while she chopped vegetables or stirred pots. She said music was the first language, that babies understood melody and rhythm before they understood words, that singing was how humans had communicated before we invented speech. Emma's voice grew stronger as the memories became more vivid, more detailed, pulled from places in her mind where she'd locked them away because remembering hurt too much. She had this terrible habit of dancing while she cooked too. Not like elegant ballroom dancing, just this goofy swaying and hip wiggling that made me mortified when I was a teenager. Because what if my friends saw? God, I was such an idiot. I'd give anything now to see her dance around the kitchen one more time. Princess Amara had finished her phone call and came to sit on Emma's other side, close enough that their shoulders touched, offering support through simple physical presence. "My mother sang too," Amara said quietly, her voice carrying its own weight of grief and loss and longing. "I barely remember her voice. I was so young when she died, 4 years old, but I remember that she sang. My father never speaks of her, not ever. It's like she never existed, like her whole life. Everything she was and meant and contributed can be erased by silence, by simply refusing to acknowledge that she ever mattered." Grace looked at Amara with understanding in her eyes, the kind of recognition that comes from shared experience. "That's what men do," Grace said. And there was something hard in her voice now, something that had been worn down and sharpened by decades of being overlooked and undervalued. "They erase us. Not always with violence, though sometimes that too. Mostly, they erase us with silence. They just stop talking about us, stop remembering us, act like we never contributed anything worth noting. And after a generation or two, it's like we never existed at all." The 3 women sat together on the enormous bed, shoulders touching, forming a small circle of shared grief and recognition, the weight of their losses somehow lighter when divided among them, held collectively instead of carried alone. After a long moment, where the only sound was the distant whisper of the city far below and their own soft breathing, Grace spoke again, and Emma could hear the roughness in her voice, the old pain that had never quite healed. "My husband died when I was 30 years old. Heart attack at 41. One day he was there, solid and real and alive, coaching our son's little league team and complaining about his lower back pain and planning what we'd do when we retired someday. And the next day he was gone. Just gone, like someone had erased him from existence." She paused, her hand stilling on Emma's back. I had 3 kids under 10 years old. Miguel was 9, Rosa was 7, Carlos was just 6. And I had $60,000 in medical debt from the ambulance and the emergency room, and the futile attempts to restart his heart. I had no savings because we'd been living paycheck to paycheck like everyone else. I had no life insurance because we couldn't afford the premiums. I had no idea how to survive. Emma turned to look at Grace, seeing the older woman's face in profile, seeing the lines around her eyes and mouth that spoke of years of struggle and worry and carrying weight that should have been shared, but ended up being borne alone. "Everyone told me I had to be strong," Grace continued, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Be strong for the kids. Be strong for the family. Be strong because that's what women do, right? We hold everything together no matter what. Don't cry where anyone can see. Don't show weakness. Don't let them know you're drowning. Just smile and nod, and keep putting one foot in front of the other even when you want to collapse." She laughed, but it was a bitter sound with no joy in it. "So I was strong. I worked 3 jobs, breakfast shift at a diner, afternoon shift at a department store, night shift wherever I could get hours. I slept 4 hours a night if I was lucky. I saw my kids for maybe an hour a day, helped them with homework while falling asleep at the kitchen table, missed their school plays and parent-teacher conferences, and all the little moments that make up a childhood. I never let them see me cry. I never let anyone see me break. I was strong, 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 until I forgot how to be anything else." Tears were running down Grace's face now, and she made no effort to wipe them away. "It took me 20 years to learn how to cry again," she said. 20 years before I could admit that being strong all the time isn't strength. It's just another kind of breaking. It's just trauma wearing a brave face. It's survival, sure, but it's not living. And I lost so much time, so many years, where I was just going through the motions, just existing instead of feeling, just surviving instead of living." She finally turned to look at Emma directly, and there was fierce intensity in her gaze. "So you cry, mija. You cry as much as you need to. Don't try to be strong right now. Your whole world just got turned upside down. Everything you thought you knew about your parents, about their deaths, about what your life meant, it's all been revealed as a lie. That's not something you can be strong through. That's something you have to feel, have to grieve, have to let yourself break over before you can even begin to heal." Emma did cry then, letting the tears come in great heaving sobs, not trying to hold them back or control them or apologize for them or make them quieter or more acceptable. Grace held her from one side and Amara from the other, and together they created a space where grief was allowed, where breaking down didn't mean breaking apart, where crying didn't mean weakness, but rather the opposite, the courage to feel what needed to be felt. Emma cried for her mother, poisoned by men who were afraid of women's knowledge, who couldn't allow the truth to be told. She cried for her father, murdered for trying to continue his wife's work, for refusing to let her voice be silenced. She cried for the childhood that had been stolen from her when her mother died, and her father retreated into obsession and paranoia that everyone dismissed, but that turned out to be completely justified. She cried for the 4 years she'd spent believing she was alone, believing she'd failed, believing she was nothing but a waitress who'd thrown away her potential. She cried until she couldn't cry anymore, until she was empty and exhausted, until the tears finally slowed and stopped, and she was left feeling hollowed out, but also somehow lighter, like she'd been carrying something heavy for so long, she'd forgotten it was there until someone helped her put it down. After what might have been minutes or hours, time having lost all meaning in the grief-saturated space they'd created, Emma's tears finally stopped. She felt emptied out, scraped raw, but also clearer somehow, like crying had washed away some of the fog that had been obscuring her vision for years. There was a knock at the door that made all 3 of them jump slightly. Amara went to answer it, and returned followed by 2 of the sheikh's assistants, young men who kept their eyes lowered respectfully, carrying between them several large boxes, banker's boxes with cardboard lids. They set them down carefully on the coffee table with a soft thud, bowed slightly without making eye contact, and left as quietly as they'd come, closing the door behind them with barely a sound. My father had these retrieved from a storage facility in Maryland, Amara explained, walking back to rejoin Emma and Grace on the bed. They contain your mother's research materials, everything that was in her office at Georgetown University when she died. Your father boxed them up and put them in storage, but he couldn't ever afford the fees to retrieve them. After he died, after you couldn't pay the storage bills, the university seized them as payment for your father's debts and put them in their archive where they've been locked away for the past 4 years, gathering dust, forgotten by everyone. She paused, her expression sad and angry at the same time. My father purchased them tonight from the university's archive department, paid them triple what they were asking because he wanted to make sure there were no delays, no bureaucratic obstacles, no chance they'd change their minds. They're yours now, Emma. Your mother's life's work, the knowledge she died to protect. Emma stood up slowly, her legs shaky beneath her, approaching the boxes like they were something fragile or dangerous, like they might disappear if she moved too quickly or looked at them too directly. There were 5 boxes total, standard legal file boxes in that institutional beige color that marked them as purely functional, stripped of any aesthetic consideration. Each one had a label on the end in her mother's handwriting, that familiar script Emma hadn't seen in 12 years, not since the funeral when she'd been shown her mother's death certificate and medical records, documents she'd been too young and too traumatized to really understand or question. Field recordings 1991 to 1995, interview transcripts, photographs, research notes, personal correspondence, her mother's handwriting. Emma's knees went weak seeing it, seeing those familiar loops and curves, the way Michelle Chen had always pressed a little harder on downstrokes, making them slightly thicker, the way her lowercase e's were almost perfect circles, the way she always added a little flourish to capital M's. It was such a small thing, just handwriting, just ink on cardboard. But it was her mother's hand that had formed those letters, her mother's fingers that had gripped the pen, her mother who had been alive and breathing and thinking when she wrote those labels, carefully organizing her research with no idea that she'd be dead within months, poisoned by men who were afraid of what she knew. Grace appeared at Emma's shoulder, her presence steady and grounding. "Do you want company opening these?" she asked softly. "Or do you need to do this alone? We can leave if you need privacy. We'll understand." Emma thought about it, considered the question seriously instead of just giving the expected answer. The old Emma, the one from 4 years ago, the doctoral candidate at Cambridge who'd learned to guard her emotions and maintain professional distance and never show vulnerability, would have said she needed to do it alone, would have held her grief privately, processed everything internally, kept her vulnerability hidden behind walls of competence and self-sufficiency. But that Emma had been lonely and scared, and slowly dying inside from the isolation, from carrying everything alone. "Stay," Emma said, and her voice was firmer than she expected. "Please, both of you, I need you here." They opened the boxes together, 3 women working carefully, reverently, removing items that had been hastily packed away 12 years ago by a grieving husband who probably couldn't bear to look at them closely, who probably just swept everything into boxes so he wouldn't have to face the reality of his wife's absence every time he walked into her office. There were notebooks first, dozens of them, spiral-bound journals and leather-bound diaries and cheap composition books, all filled with Michelle Chen's observations, dense handwriting covering every page with minimal margins, cramming as much information as possible into every available space, as if paper was too precious to waste on white space. Emma recognized her mother's note-taking style immediately, the way she would write in black ink for main observations, and blue ink for analysis, and red ink for things she wanted to investigate further, creating a color-coded system that made sense to her, even if it looked chaotic to anyone else. There were photographs next, hundreds of them, mostly printed on cheap drugstore photo paper from the 1990s before digital photography became standard. Women Emma didn't recognize, women in traditional dress and modern clothes and interesting hybrids of both, standing in front of tents or sitting around fires or working at looms or cooking over open flames. or simply posing for the camera with expressions ranging from serious to laughing. Each photo had notes on the back in Michelle's handwriting, names and dates and locations, and sometimes longer observations about the conversation they'd had or the story they'd shared. There were cassette tapes in the next box, the kind people didn't even use anymore, dozens of them organized chronologically and labeled with dates and locations and sometimes names. Field recording, Grandmother Aisha, March 3, 1993, regarding water rights and historical trade routes. Interview with Dr. Layla Hassan, September 15, 1994, women's medical practices and botanical knowledge. Emma realized these were her mother's raw research materials, the original recordings of all the interviews she'd conducted, the actual voices of the women Michelle had learned from, women who were probably all dead now. Their knowledge preserved only in these obsolete tapes that most people no longer had the equipment to play. And there were maps, hand-drawn maps on graph paper and tracing paper and regular notebook paper. Maps of desert regions marking villages and wells and trade routes and sacred sites, marked with symbols Emma didn't immediately understand, color-coded in ways that probably made sense to Michelle, but would require study to decode. Some maps had multiple layers, transparencies stacked on top of each other showing different time periods or different types of information. The complexity of the data making Emma's head spin just looking at it. "Look at this," Grace said, holding up one of the notebooks with careful hands, treating it like the precious artifact it was. Your mother was recording women's business practices, trade networks that were run entirely by women, operating parallel to the official male-dominated commerce, but often more efficient, more reliable, more ethical. She's documented how women moved goods across borders without official documentation, how they managed credit systems based on reputation and relationship rather than written contracts, how they resolved disputes through community mediation rather than legal systems that excluded them. Amara picked up another notebook, her eyes scanning the pages rapidly, her education at Oxford making her a quick reader even of Michelle's sometimes challenging handwriting. And this one is about women's medical knowledge, herbal remedies that modern pharmacology is only now starting to validate, surgical techniques that male doctors dismissed as impossible, but that women had been performing successfully for centuries, ways of managing childbirth complications that most Western doctors didn't know about until decades later. And even then, they claimed to have discovered them themselves rather than learning them from the women who'd been doing it all along. Emma opened a third notebook, and her breath caught in her throat hard enough that she almost choked. It wasn't research notes. It was her mother's personal journal, the kind of intimate diary that wasn't meant for academic publication or scholarly review, just Michelle's own thoughts and feelings and observations about her work and her life. The first page was dated January 3, 1994, and Emma's hands shook slightly as she began to read aloud, needing to hear her mother's words spoken in the physical world rather than just seen on the page. "Today, I met a woman who changed how I understand everything. Her name is Grandmother Fatima, and she is the keeper of stories for the Baniyas tribe. She is 73 years old, though she looks both older and younger depending on the light, and she has memorized the complete oral history of her people going back 17 generations, hundreds of years of births and deaths and marriages and migrations and conflicts and resolutions, all stored in her mind without any written record, passed down to her by her grandmother, who learned from her grandmother, in an unbroken chain stretching back into antiquity." Emma paused, her throat tight, and Grace squeezed her hand encouragingly. "Keep going, Mija. We need to hear this." Emma took a breath and continued. "When I asked Grandmother Fatima how she learned all of this, how she could possibly remember so much detail spanning so many centuries, she said something I will never forget. She said, 'Men write history with ink that fades and paper that burns. Empires can destroy libraries, kings can burn books, conquerors can erase records. But women write history with songs that cannot be erased, that exist in the air between mother and daughter, that are passed through blood and breath and the intimate space of teaching a child something precious. We carry the stories in our bodies, not just in our minds. As long as one grandmother lives to teach one granddaughter, the truth survives. That is how we preserve what matters. That is how we ensure that the real history, the true story of how people actually lived and loved and survived, cannot be destroyed by men who want to control the narrative. The three women sat in profound silence after Emma finished reading, feeling the weight of those words, understanding what Michelle Chen had understood, what had ultimately gotten her killed. This wasn't just about preserving cultural traditions or documenting folklore. This was about an entirely different way of conceiving history, of understanding how knowledge is transmitted, of recognizing that official written records represent only one very narrow perspective, usually that of whoever held power at the moment of writing, while the real lived experience of most humans, especially women, existed in the unofficial spaces, the oral traditions, the songs and stories that had never been written down, because the people who created them weren't allowed access to literacy or publication or the institutional frameworks of knowledge production. They were afraid of this, Amara said finally, breaking the silence that had stretched for what felt like minutes. The consortium, the men in power, the people who build their authority on claiming that civilization was created by men. They were terrified that if people knew how much knowledge women held, how much power women actually wielded throughout history, how many of the things Western men claim to have invented were actually developed by women centuries or millennia earlier, the entire foundation of patriarchy would collapse. Their authority rests on the lie that men are naturally superior, naturally more intelligent, naturally the inventors and discoverers and leaders. If that lie is exposed, if people learn that it's just propaganda that requires constant reinforcement through suppressing women's voices, then everything changes. Grace nodded slowly, her expression grim with recognition. If people knew that women created mathematics and astronomy and medicine and agriculture and writing and all the things that make civilization possible, that women managed the real economy while men played at politics and war, then all those powerful men who built their status on claims of superior intelligence and natural leadership, they'd be exposed as frauds. They'd lose everything. So they have to keep suppressing the truth. They have to keep erasing us. It's not about one discovery or one archive. It's about maintaining a system of power that requires half the human population to be invisible. Emma kept reading through her mother's journal as the hours passed. As midnight came and went, and the city outside their windows slowly quieted into the strange hollow calm of 3 a.m., that liminal time when night hasn't quite ended, but morning hasn't quite begun. She read entry after entry, watching the picture emerge with growing clarity, seeing what her mother had seen, understanding what her mother had understood. Michelle Chen hadn't just been documenting women's oral traditions out of academic interest or anthropological curiosity. She'd been building a comprehensive case, assembling evidence piece by piece, interview by interview, recording by recording. She'd been gathering proof of a systematic campaign throughout human history to erase women's contributions, to steal credit for women's inventions and innovations, to suppress women's voices and knowledge, to ensure that the official historical record showed men as creators and women as passive recipients of male knowledge. And crucially, devastatingly, Michelle had found physical proof. She'd discovered a place where women had been secretly preserving knowledge for thousands of years, protecting it from men who would destroy or steal or claim credit for what women had created, hiding it carefully, and teaching each generation of women where it was and how to protect it, waiting for a time when the world might finally be ready to hear women's truths without violence. The archive, Emma whispered, the word barely more than a breath, remembering what the sheikh had said in the ballroom that felt like a lifetime ago, even though it had been only hours. My mother found the women's archive. She found proof. She found it, Amara confirmed, her voice heavy with the weight of secrets passed down through generations of her family. And my mother knew about it too. They were working together, your mother and mine and other women scholars, from universities and research institutions around the world, building a coalition of women who would publish the findings simultaneously in dozens of academic journals in multiple languages, making it impossible to suppress, Impossible for any one government or corporation or institution to contain the information. They were planning to change history, to rewrite the human story to include the women who'd been edited out. But they were killed before they could finish the work, Grace said grimly, her jaw set in a hard line. Both of them, murdered by men who couldn't allow women to tell the truth, who would rather commit murder than let the historical record be corrected. Emma kept searching through the boxes with increasing urgency now, driven by the need to find something specific even though she wasn't entirely sure what she was looking for. She went through notebooks and photographs and maps and cassette tapes, her hands moving faster, less carefully, until near the bottom of the last box she found it. A large envelope, the kind used for sending documents through the mail, marked with her mother's handwriting in red ink, the color Michelle used for things that were critically important. For Emma, when you're ready. Emma's hands shook as she opened it, the glue on the flap having dried and cracked with age, making it easy to unseal. Inside was a letter, several pages written in her mother's careful script on plain stationery. And beneath the letter was something else, sheet music, a lullaby Emma recognized immediately, intimately, the melody that had been the soundtrack of her childhood, the song her mother had sung to her every single night before bed, from Emma's earliest memories until the night Michelle died. Emma unfolded the letter with trembling fingers and began to read aloud, needing to share this with Grace and Amara, needing them to bear witness to her mother's final words. My dearest Emma, if you're reading this, I'm gone. I'm so sorry, my darling girl. I'm sorry I won't be there to see you grow up, to watch you become the brilliant, brave, extraordinary woman I know you'll be. I'm sorry I won't be at your high school graduation or your college graduation or your PhD defense. I'm sorry I won't be there when you fall in love, when you get married if you choose to, when you have children if that's what you want. I'm sorry for all the moments I'm going to miss, all the conversations we'll never have, all the years we won't get to spend together. Emma's voice broke completely, and Grace took the letter from her hands and continued reading for her. I need you to know that everything I did, every risk I took, every danger I walked into with open eyes, I did it because I believed in something bigger than my own life. I believe that women's voices matter. I believe that truth matters. I believe that the stories our grandmothers tell us, the knowledge our mothers pass down, the wisdom that exists in the spaces between official histories, all of that matters just as much as anything that's ever been written in books by men in universities. Maybe it matters more, because it's the truth about how people actually lived and survived and created beauty and meaning in difficult circumstances. Grace's own voice was shaking now, and Amara took over the reading, her diplomat-trained composure helping her maintain control even as tears ran down her face. I found something, Emma. Something extraordinary. A place where women have been preserving knowledge for thousands of years, longer than any library or university or institution created by men. Mathematics that predates Pythagoras, astronomy that predates Galileo, medicine that predates Hippocrates, philosophy that predates Plato, poetry that predates Homer. Everything the world thinks men invented, we have proof that women invented first, or invented independently, or developed alongside men, and then had the credit stolen from them. Amara paused, swallowing hard. This is everything my father told you about in the ballroom. Your mother found our archive. She kept reading. But there are people who will kill to keep this secret. People who have already killed to keep it secret. People with vast resources and no conscience, and every reason to want this knowledge suppressed. By the time you read this, Emma, they may have killed me too. They've already threatened me, followed me, made it clear that publication would have consequences. I'm not naive. I know what I'm risking, but some things are worth dying for. Truth is worth dying for. Women's voices being heard after millennia of silence is worth dying for. The room was completely silent except for Amara's voice and the barely audible sounds of crying. I've hidden the location of the archive in the only place I knew it would be safe, in the one place they would never think to look, because men don't value what mothers teach daughters. I've hidden it in the songs I taught you, in the lullabies I sang every night when I tucked you into bed. Not just the words, Emma, The way I sang them, the pauses, the emphasis on certain syllables, the slight changes in melody from one verse to the next. All of it contains a map, instructions encoded in music, because music is the oldest human language, because songs can be passed down for thousands of years without changing, because mothers teach daughters songs, even when everything else is taken from us. Your father knows some of this, but not all. I've protected him by keeping him partially ignorant, by not telling him everything so he can honestly say he doesn't know if they question him. But you, my brilliant girl, you have all the pieces scattered throughout your childhood, embedded in your memories. You just need to put them together. Find the archive, Emma. Protect it. And when the time is right, when the world is finally ready, or when you decide you can't wait any longer, help other women share what's inside. Don't let our voices be silenced. Don't let the grandmothers be forgotten. Make sure the truth survives. I love you more than all the stars and all the deserts I've ever crossed. Sing the songs I taught you. Remember that the reed endures because it bends. Remember that water finds a way. Remember that women have always been the real keepers of wisdom. Your mother forever and always, Michelle. Amara set down the letter with shaking hands. Emma couldn't speak, couldn't move, couldn't process the enormity of what her mother had done. She'd encoded the location of the most important archaeological discovery in human history in a children's lullaby, because she knew that mothers and daughters share songs, even when everything else is taken from them. She left you a map, Grace finally said, her voice filled with wonder and grief in equal measure. Your mother hid a map to the archive in a lullaby she sang to you every night of your childhood. Emma picked up the sheet music with nerveless fingers, studying it carefully through her tears. It looked like an ordinary children's song, the kind any mother might sing, simple melody marked in basic notation, straightforward rhythm, nothing that would attract attention or seem significant. But as Emma looked closer, as she let her training in both music and languages engage with what she was seeing, she began to notice things that weren't quite right, anomalies that wouldn't make sense musically, but might make sense if you were trying to hide information. These aren't music notations, Emma said slowly, her mind starting to work through the puzzle her mother had left for her. Or they are, but they're serving double duty. Look, this sharp symbol next to this note. If you read it as musical notation, it doesn't make sense in the key signature. But if you read it as degrees and minutes of latitude, if you interpret it as geographic coordinates rather than pitch, she grabbed paper and a pen from the desk, started writing numbers frantically. Amara moved to look over her shoulder, her own sharp mind engaging with the problem. And these rest marks, Amara said excitedly, pointing to symbols Emma had always thought indicated pauses in the melody. They're not about silence in the music. They're directional indicators. This double rest could mean north. This single rest means east. Your mother created a cipher using standard musical notation. Grace watched them work with a smile on her face despite her tears. Your mama's, she said softly, her voice full of admiration and love. They were so clever, hiding the most important knowledge in the world in a lullaby, something that could be passed from mother to daughter forever, something that would seem innocent and harmless, something men would never think to examine closely because they don't value what women teach children. It took them 3 more hours of intense work, cross-referencing the sheet music with maps in Michelle's research boxes, testing different interpretations of the symbols, checking and rechecking their math, comparing their results with geographic features mentioned in Michelle's field notes. The sun was rising over Manhattan, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose and deep orange before they finally had it. The empty quarter, Emma said, staring at the coordinates they'd painstakingly decoded. The Rub al Khali Desert, the largest continuous sand desert in the world, one of the most inhospitable places on the planet. That's where the archive is hidden. More specifically, Amara added, her finger tracing a route on one of Michelle's maps, near the Al-Qadir escarpment in the region my tribe has controlled for more than 1,000 years. That's why your mother needed my mother's help and cooperation. That's why they were working together. The archive is on my family's ancestral land. It's been protected by the women of my tribe for millennia, and they needed permission from the current generation to access it and eventually publish what they found. "We have to go there," Emma said, and she was surprised by how calm her voice sounded, how certain she felt despite the fear that was definitely present underneath. "We have to find it before the consortium does. My mother died to protect this. Your mother died protecting this. We can't let their deaths be for nothing." Grace stood up, stretching her back with a wince from too many hours sitting in one position, her spine protesting the strain. "Then I'm coming with you." Emma and Amara both immediately started to protest, but Grace held up her hand firmly, brooking no argument. "Don't," Grace said, and there was steel in her voice now. "Don't you dare tell me what I should or shouldn't do. Don't you dare try to protect me by excluding me. Don't tell me it's too dangerous or that I'm too old or that I should stay here where it's safe while you go do the important work." She walked over to stand directly in front of them, hands on her hips. "I am 52 years old. I have spent my entire adult life being invisible, being told I don't matter, being pushed to the sidelines while other people make decisions about what's important. I met you two exactly one night ago, and already you've given me more purpose, more meaning, more sense of mattering than I've had in 30 years of marriage and motherhood and work." Her voice softened slightly but remained firm. "I want to be part of this. I need to be part of this. I want to do something that counts, something that matters, something bigger than myself before I die. Don't take that away from me, please." Emma looked at Amara, seeing her own thoughts reflected in the princess's face. They needed Grace, not because Grace had special skills or knowledge, but because she represented something essential, something that Michelle Chen had understood, that the archive itself was built on. The invisible women. The ones who keep the world running while receiving no credit. The mothers and grandmothers and aunts who pass down knowledge that doesn't appear in official records. Grace was exactly who needed to be part of this. "She comes," Amara said, and Emma nodded her agreement. "We're stronger together," Emma said. The next 72 hours passed in an intense blur of preparation that felt simultaneously rushed and endless. The sheikh arranged everything with the kind of quiet efficiency that came from decades of moving resources and people across international borders, without attracting unwanted attention or leaving obvious trails that could be followed. This couldn't look like a major expedition. It had to appear routine, unimportant, not worth watching or interfering with. They didn't need weapons or tactical gear, the sheikh explained in one of several planning meetings. They needed relationships, trust, the cooperation of women who had been guarding these secrets for generations, who had to be convinced that the time was finally right to share what they'd protected for so long. Force would be useless and counterproductive. This had to be done with permission, with respect, with proper protocol. Amara spent entire days on the phone, speaking to aunts and cousins and grandmothers Emma didn't know existed, scattered across the region, explaining what they needed, asking for permission rather than demanding access. "It's not our land to take," Amara explained to Emma during one of the rare moments when she wasn't on the phone. "It's not ours to claim or exploit. It belongs to the women who have protected it. We can only see it if they choose to share it. That's how this works. That's how it's always worked. Men take, women ask." Grace, surprisingly, proved invaluable during the preparation phase. 28 years of managing the complex logistics of a busy hotel restaurant had given her skills that translated remarkably well to coordinating a multinational expedition to a remote desert location. She knew how to anticipate needs, how to solve problems before they became crises, how to keep track of 100 moving pieces at once without getting overwhelmed, how to work with difficult personalities, how to manage expectations. She worked with the sheikh's staff, double-checking supply lists, confirming transportation arrangements, making sure nothing was forgotten or overlooked. Emma spent those 3 days immersed in her mother's research, reading every notebook cover to cover, studying every map, listening to every cassette tape that she could find equipment to play, trying to learn in 72 hours what her mother had spent 15 years understanding. She fell asleep each night with her mother's voice in her ears, the old recordings playing interviews with women who were now long dead, women who had trusted Michelle Chen with their stories, with their secrets, with their lives. On the morning of the 4th day, a car picked them up before dawn and drove them to Teterboro, a small private airport in New Jersey where the sheikh's plane was waiting. Emma had never been on a private jet before. The whole concept felt absurd, wasteful, a grotesque display of wealth inequality. But she couldn't deny it was more comfortable than any commercial flight she'd ever taken. And the privacy meant they could continue working, continue planning, continue preparing without having to guard their conversation from strangers. The cabin was decorated in cream leather and dark wood, designed to look like a luxury living room rather than an aircraft. There were actual beds instead of seats, a full bathroom with a shower, a galley kitchen where a chef prepared fresh meals. Emma felt completely out of place in the borrowed clothes Amara had given her. Expensive linen and silk that fit perfectly thanks to a tailor the sheikh had sent to take her measurements. But that still felt foreign against her skin, like she was wearing a costume, playing dress-up as someone important when really she was still just a waitress underneath. Grace sat beside her in one of the oversized leather seats that reclined almost flat, looking equally uncomfortable in her new clothes. "I keep thinking someone's going to realize we don't belong here," Grace whispered as the plane taxied toward the runway. "Someone's going to figure out we're just a couple of waitresses pretending to be important, and they're going to throw us off the plane." Emma squeezed her hand. "We're not pretending. We are important. We always were important. The world just forgot how to see us, but we're not invisible anymore." The flight to Abu Dhabi took 14 hours, crossing the Atlantic and then most of Europe and the Middle East. They slept in actual beds on the plane, horizontal and comfortable in a way Emma hadn't experienced since before her father got sick. They ate food prepared by a private chef who catered to their preferences and dietary restrictions without making them feel like they were being difficult. They watched the sun set over the ocean and then rise again over the desert, experiencing the strange temporal dislocation of traveling faster than the Earth rotates, gaining hours that felt stolen from the universe. The sheikh gave them space during the flight, understanding instinctively that they needed time alone to process everything that had happened, to prepare mentally and emotionally for what came next. He stayed in a separate section of the plane, working through paperwork and making phone calls, available if they needed him but not imposing his presence. When they finally landed in Abu Dhabi, the heat hit Emma like walking into a furnace, a physical wall of temperature that made it hard to breathe. She'd been in deserts before during her mother's research trips when she was young, excited by adventure, not yet understanding the real dangers. But she'd been a child then, resilient and adaptable in the way children are. Now she was an adult, and the 120-degree heat made her lungs burn with each inhalation, made sweat spring instantly from every pore, made her understand viscerally why people died in places like this if they weren't careful. They weren't met by helicopters or military vehicles. Instead, a small convoy of dust-covered SUVs waited for them on the tarmac, 4 vehicles that looked like they'd seen years of hard use in difficult terrain. The drivers were all women in traditional dress, their faces partially covered, but their eyes bright and alert, skilled at navigating this inhospitable landscape. Amara emerged from the plane and immediately began embracing each driver in turn, speaking rapid Arabic punctuated by laughter and tears, greeting families she clearly hadn't seen in far too long. "These are my cousins," Amara explained to Emma and Grace, her face radiant with joy despite the tears running down her cheeks. "My mother's sister's daughters and nieces. They've been waiting for us. They've been protecting the site my entire life, maintaining the secret, waiting for the day when it would finally be safe to share what they've guarded for so long." The lead driver, a woman perhaps in her 60s with weathered skin that spoke of decades in the sun and kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when she smiled, approached Emma. She reached out and took Emma's face gently in both her work-roughened hands, studying her carefully, with an intensity that made Emma feel seen all the way through, examined and recognized and known in a way that should have been uncomfortable but somehow wasn't. Then the woman said something in Arabic, speaking softly, almost tenderly, and Emma saw tears spring to the older woman's eyes even before Amara translated. "She says you look like your mother," Amara said, her own voice thick with emotion. "She says Michelle was her friend, her sister in all but blood. She says Michelle saved her daughter's life once with medicine the male doctor said didn't exist, cured an infection that would have killed her using knowledge your mother learned from the grandmothers. Emma couldn't speak, her throat too tight for words. The woman, understanding even without translation, pulled Emma into a tight embrace, murmuring something Emma didn't understand linguistically, but felt in her bones, in the place where grief lives, in the hollow space her mother's death had carved out that had never quite filled. They drove for hours after leaving the airport, leaving the gleaming modernity of Abu Dhabi behind, heading into emptiness so vast it redefined Emma's concept of space. She'd grown up in cities where you were never more than a few minutes from other people, from buildings, from the infrastructure of civilization. This was different. This was a landscape that didn't care if humans existed, that would kill you with indifferent efficiency if you made a mistake. The dunes rolled like frozen waves of an orange ocean, stretching to a horizon that seemed impossibly distant, curved by the Earth's surface, infinite and inhuman in its scale. The sky was blue in a way Emma had forgotten sky could be, unmarred by pollution or buildings or the visual noise of modern life, just pure color extending forever in all directions. Grace sat beside Emma in the SUV, staring out the window with undisguised wonder transforming her face. "I've lived 52 years and I've never seen anything like this," Grace said quietly, her voice almost reverential. All those years in the city, in the noise and crowds and concrete and endless rush, I forgot the world could be this big. I forgot that silence could sound like this. They stopped once at midday when the heat was most brutal to rest and pray, the Muslim women in their party spreading prayer rugs on the sand, while Grace and Emma waited respectfully in the shade of the vehicles, drinking water and trying not to move too much in the oppressive temperature. Emma watched Amara pray alongside her cousins, watched the way her body moved through the familiar ritual motions with practiced grace, watched the peace that seemed to settle over her face as she prostrated herself toward Mecca. "Does it help?" Emma asked later when they were back in the vehicle and moving again. "Praying? Does it make things easier to bear?" Amara considered the question thoughtfully, not answering immediately, taking time to find the right words. "It reminds me I'm part of something bigger than myself," she finally said. "That my struggles and my pain and my joy and my fears, they're all part of a pattern I can't fully see, a design that's larger than my individual experience. Whether that makes things easier, I honestly don't know, but it makes them feel more bearable, more meaningful. It helps me remember that I'm not alone even when I feel alone." As the sun began to set hours later, painting the desert in impossible shades of gold and amber and deep crimson and purple, they crested a rise, and Emma saw it. The stone hand, two massive pillars of rock rising from the sand, like fingers pointing at the heavens, natural formations sculpted by wind and time into shapes that seemed almost deliberately architectural, exactly as her mother's notes and maps had described them. But what took Emma's breath away completely, what made her heart stop for a moment before restarting with painful intensity, wasn't the geological formation, it was the people. There were dozens of women waiting for them at the base of the pillars. Old women with faces carved by sun and time into living records of survival. Young women barely out of their teens with their whole lives ahead of them. Women Emma's age and Amara's age and Grace's age, spanning generations, creating a continuum of female presence that stretched from past to future. Some wore traditional dress, elaborate embroidered garments that spoke of cultural pride and continuity. Some wore practical field clothes, cargo pants and boots suited to desert travel. Most wore some mixture of both, honoring tradition while adapting to practical needs. They had set up a camp at the base of the stone hand pillars, dozens of tents in traditional Bedouin style creating a temporary village in the middle of nowhere. Cooking fires already burning, prayer rugs laid out, water containers arranged in careful rows. It looked like they'd been there for days, preparing, waiting, getting ready for this moment. As the convoy pulled up in a cloud of dust that settled slowly in the still evening air, the women began to ululate, creating that distinctive high trilling sound Emma remembered from her mother's old recordings, a sound that spoke of celebration and welcome, and the kind of joy that survives everything, that persists despite grief and loss and generations of oppression. Amara was out of the vehicle before it fully stopped, running toward her relatives with arms outstretched, laughing and crying simultaneously. Emma and Grace climbed out more slowly, overwhelmed by the scene unfolding before them, by the noise and heat and the sheer number of people who had come to witness this moment, to be part of whatever was about to happen. An old woman approached them slowly, moving with the careful deliberation of advanced age, but with great dignity that made every step purposeful, meaningful. She had to be at least 70, possibly older, her face a topographical map of wrinkles that spoke of a life lived fully, of laughter and tears and survival and loss and joy, all written in the lines of her skin. She wore traditional Bedouin dress in deep indigo blue, and despite her age, her eyes were still sharp and intelligent and kind, missing nothing, seeing everything. "Grandmother Fatima," Amara said breathlessly, rushing over to support the old woman's elbow with gentle respect. "This is Emma Chen, Michelle's daughter, and this is Grace Martinez, who has become our sister in this journey." Grandmother Fatima looked at Emma for a long moment that felt like forever, her ancient eyes searching Emma's face for something, perhaps seeing the ghost of Michelle Chen in her daughter's features, perhaps looking for proof that Emma was worthy of what was about to be shared. Then she reached out with fingers gnarled by arthritis, but still gentle, tender even, and touched Emma's face the way you might touch something precious and fragile. She spoke in Arabic, her voice surprisingly strong for someone so old, and Amara translated immediately, her voice thick with emotion. She says, "Welcome, daughter of Michelle. We have been waiting for you. Your mother promised us that someday you would come, that you would be ready to continue her work. She said you were the key to unlocking what we have been protecting for longer than anyone can remember." Then, to Emma's surprise, Grandmother Fatima switched to accented but perfectly understandable English, her pronunciation careful and precise. "Your mother taught me some English many years ago," she explained with a gentle smile that lit up her weathered face. "She said it was important that I could speak to you in your own language when you finally came home to us. She knew you would come eventually, even if she couldn't be here to see it." "Home?" Emma asked, confused by the word choice. "This is your mother's home," Grandmother Fatima said simply, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "This is where she lived for 3 months while we showed her the archive, while we taught her the songs and stories that had never been written down, while we decided if we could trust her with our greatest treasure. She proved herself worthy. She became one of us, truly one of us, not just in words, but in her heart and actions, which means you are one of us too, daughter. You are family." She turned to Grace with the same warm intensity. "And you, older sister. Michelle told us about the invisible women, the ones who keep the world running while receiving no credit, no recognition, no acknowledgement of their essential labor. She said that when the archive was finally opened, it had to be for all women, not just the educated ones, not just the privileged ones. You are welcome here. All women are welcome here, always." Grace's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you," she managed to say, her voice breaking. "Thank you for seeing me." As the sun finally set completely, and the stars began to emerge in their millions, brilliant and countless and overwhelming in the unpolluted desert sky that stretched from horizon to horizon without any artificial light to diminish their glory, the women gathered around the cooking fires. They shared food, simple but delicious, flatbread hot from the fire, and dates and lamb cooked over open flames, water from deep wells that had sustained life in this impossible place for thousands of years. And then, when the meal was finished, and the dishes had been cleared away, and everyone had settled into comfortable positions around the fires, the women began to sing. The songs were ancient beyond measure, older than Islam, older than Christianity, older than any of the major religions or empires or civilizations Emma had studied in school. They were songs about water and how to find it, about survival and adaptation and resilience, about the wisdom of knowing when to bend like the reed and when to stand firm like the stone. They were songs about mothers and daughters and grandmothers, about the unbreakable threads that connected women across generations, about knowledge that couldn't be destroyed because it lived in voices and bodies and relationships, rather than in books that could burn. Emma found herself crying yet again, but these were different tears from all the others she'd shed over the past few days. These were tears of recognition, tears of coming home to a place she'd never been, but that had always been waiting for her, tears of belonging to something larger than herself, tears of understanding finally, fully, what her mother had been trying to protect. Grandmother Fatima sat beside Emma as the fire burned low and told stories in her careful English, punctuated occasionally with Arabic phrases that Amara quietly translated. Stories about the archive, about how women had built it over millennia, adding to it generation after generation, preserving knowledge that men wanted to claim or destroy. Stories about the mathematics and astronomy and medicine and philosophy that women had created, that existed in the archive as proof that women had always been innovators, creators, the true architects of civilization. Tomorrow, Grandmother Fatima said as the last fire burned down to embers and the other women began drifting toward their tents. Tomorrow we will show you the entrance. Tomorrow you will see what your mother died to protect, what generations of women before her also died protecting. But tonight you rest. Tonight you are safe with your sisters. Tonight you belong. Emma lay in her tent that night between Grace on one side and Amara on the other, Grace snoring softly and Amara breathing quietly. And for the first time in 4 years, perhaps for the first time since her mother died, Emma felt something approaching peace. She was surrounded by women. She was part of something larger than herself. She was no longer invisible, no longer alone, no longer just surviving, but actually genuinely living. And tomorrow, when the sun rose over the endless desert, she would step into the archive her mother had died to protect. Tomorrow she would see what women had preserved for millennia. Tomorrow the voices that had been silenced for so long would finally be heard. Tomorrow everything would change. The sun rose over the empty quarter like a promise being kept, painting the endless dunes in shades of rose, gold, and amber, transforming the landscape from the silver-blue mystery of pre-dawn into something that looked almost alive, breathing with light and heat, and the kind of beauty that existed before humans invented words to describe it. Emma woke to the sound of women's voices singing morning prayers, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, harmonizing with the wind that never quite stopped moving across the sand. She lay still for a moment, oriented by the warmth of Grace on one side and Amara on the other, both still sleeping, their breathing soft and steady. The tent fabric glowed with diffused sunlight, creating a golden cocoon around them. For the first time in years, Emma woke without the immediate crush of anxiety about rent or debt, or how she would survive another day. She woke feeling held, supported, part of something larger than her own struggle. Today they would enter the archive. Today she would see what her mother died to protect. Grace stirred beside her, opening her eyes slowly, blinking against the light. "Morning already?" she whispered, her voice rough with sleep. Emma nodded. "Are you ready?" Grace sat up carefully, her back protesting the night spent on the ground, despite the sleeping mats the women had provided. "I don't know if anyone can be ready for this, but I'm here. That's what matters." Amara woke last, stretching like a cat, her face peaceful in a way Emma had never seen before. "At home," she said softly, "I sleep alone in a room the size of this entire tent. Surrounded by servants I'm not allowed to befriend, monitored by guards who report my every movement to my father. I haven't shared sleeping space with other women since I was a child. I'd forgotten how good it feels." The three of them emerged from their tent to find the camp already bustling with activity. Women were preparing breakfast over cooking fires, the smell of fresh bread and strong coffee mixing with wood smoke and the clean mineral scent of desert air. Children ran between the tents, their laughter high and bright, proof that life persisted even in the most inhospitable places. Grandmother Fatima sat by the central fire, wrapped in layers against the morning chill that would burn away within the hour. She gestured for Emma, Grace, and Amara to join her, and someone immediately pressed cups of thick, dark coffee into their hands. "Before we go to the archive," Grandmother Fatima said in her careful English. You must understand what you are about to see. This is not simply a cave with old manuscripts. It is a living temple, a sacred space that women have tended for longer than any of us can remember. You will be entering the heart of women's knowledge, the proof of everything your mother believed. She paused, her weathered hands wrapped around her own coffee cup. What we have protected is dangerous, not because the knowledge itself causes harm, but because it threatens every lie that powerful men have built their authority upon. They have told the world that men invented mathematics, that men created astronomy, that men developed medicine and philosophy and all the tools of civilization. Our archive proves this is false. It proves that women were there first, or at the very least equally, and that their contributions were systematically erased from the historical record. The old woman's eyes were fierce now. When you leave here, when you share what you have seen, there will be consequences. Some will call you liars. Others will try to discredit the evidence. Still others will attempt to destroy what we have preserved. You must be prepared for this. The truth does not always set you free. Sometimes it puts you in greater danger. Emma exchanged glances with Grace and Amara. We understand, Emma said. My mother understood too. She went forward anyway. Then you are ready, Grandmother Fatima said, setting down her cup with finality. The entrance to the archive was not where Emma expected it to be. She'd imagined something dramatic, a cave mouth hidden behind the stone hand pillars, something that looked significant, that announced its importance. Instead, Grandmother Fatima led them to what appeared to be a natural depression in the sand, a slight dip in the landscape that could easily be mistaken for just another ripple in the endless dunes. A dozen women were already there, carefully removing sand with their hands, patient and methodical, revealing what lay beneath. As Emma watched, a stone surface emerged, smooth and deliberately shaped, marked with symbols that made her breath catch. Pre-Islamic script, she whispered. This is ancient. Older than that, Grandmother Fatima corrected. Much older. These symbols predate the Arabic script by millennia. They are from a time before men decided that only they could write, before literacy became a tool of control and exclusion. The women continued their careful excavation, and slowly a stone door emerged, massive and perfectly fitted, designed to be hidden but also to endure. There was no obvious mechanism to open it, no handle or keyhole. Instead, the surface was covered in intricate carvings, patterns that seemed decorative, but that Emma's trained eye recognized as something more. It's a puzzle, Amara said, kneeling beside the door to examine it more closely. These aren't random decorations. They're instructions. Grandmother Fatima smiled with obvious pride. Your mother solved this puzzle in less than an hour. She said it was because she understood that women's knowledge is often hidden in plain sight, disguised as decoration or craft or domestic work, dismissed as unimportant by men who never bothered to look closely. The old woman reached out and began pressing certain symbols in a specific sequence, her arthritic fingers moving with practiced certainty. As she did, Emma heard a sound like water moving through pipes, like ancient hydraulics engaging, and the massive stone door began to shift. It moved slowly, ponderously, grinding against sand and time, revealing a darkness beyond that seemed to breathe cooler air. The opening was tall enough to walk through upright, wide enough for two people side by side. Beyond the entrance, stone steps descended into the earth. Grandmother Fatima produced a modern electric lantern, incongruous against the ancient setting. We honor tradition, she said with a slight smile, but we are not foolish. The old oil lamps risked damaging the manuscripts with smoke. We have adapted. They descended in single file, Emma following Grandmother Fatima, then Grace, then Amara, with several other women behind them carrying additional lanterns. The steps were worn smooth by countless feet over countless years, each depression evidence of generations of women climbing up and down, tending this sacred space. The temperature dropped as they went deeper, the oppressive heat of the desert surface giving way to cool stillness. The air smelled of stone and time, and something else Emma couldn't quite identify, something dry and precious. The walls of the stairway were carved with more symbols, more stories. an entire history written in stone where it couldn't be burned or stolen or erased. After what felt like descending into the earth for several minutes, but was probably less, the stairs opened into a chamber that made Emma stop breathing altogether. The space was vast, impossibly vast, much larger than should have been possible to excavate without modern equipment, without machines and engineering knowledge that supposedly didn't exist in ancient times. The ceiling arched overhead like a cathedral, supported by massive pillars that had been carved from the living rock with such precision that no mortar or support structure was needed. Each pillar was a work of art, covered in intricate designs that flowed from base to capital, telling stories in symbol and image, entire narratives carved into stone that would last longer than any paper or parchment or digital file. But what made Emma's heart stop completely? What made her forget to breathe, what made tears spring to her eyes before she even fully processed what she was seeing, was the walls. They were lined with shelves from floor to ceiling, row upon row upon row of them. Hundreds of shelves carved directly into the stone with the same precision as the pillars, each one perfectly level, each one carefully spaced. And every single shelf was filled with vessels, clay jars sealed with wax that had darkened with age but still held firm, stone boxes with fitted lids so precisely made that no light could enter to damage what they protected, metal containers in bronze and copper and silver that gleamed dully in the lantern light, their surfaces engraved with more symbols, more dates, more careful cataloging. Each vessel was marked not just with ancient symbols, but with small placards in multiple languages, careful translations and descriptions that allowed anyone to understand what they contained. Arabic and English and French and Chinese and Spanish and Russian, a deliberate choice to make this knowledge accessible to the entire world, rather than gatekeeping it behind any single language or culture. Emma recognized her mother's handwriting on many of the labels, recognized Michelle's careful script, and her habit of adding small sketches to help identify contents, and had to bite her lip to keep from sobbing at this tangible evidence of her mother's work, her mother's presence, her mother's love for knowledge and commitment to sharing it. "This is the archive," Grandmother Fatima said quietly, her voice echoing slightly in the vast space. "Every vessel contains manuscripts, scrolls, tablets, documents that women created and preserved. Some are 4,000 years old. Some were added last year. It is a living collection, still growing, still being tended by women who understand that knowledge must be protected." Emma walked forward slowly, almost afraid to move too quickly, afraid this was a dream that might dissolve if she acknowledged it too directly. She approached the nearest shelf and saw that each vessel was labeled not just with symbols, but with small placards in multiple languages: Arabic, English, French, Chinese. Her mother's work, she realized. Michelle had been cataloging, translating, making this accessible to future generations. Grace stood in the center of the chamber with tears streaming down her face, her whole body trembling with emotion she couldn't contain. She turned in a slow circle, trying to take in everything at once, her eyes wide with wonder and grief and something that looked almost like rage. "I never knew," she whispered, her voice breaking. "All my life, all 52 years, I've been told that women's work was in the home, that we were helpers, supporters, that the real important work was done by men, that we should be grateful for our place, that we should accept being secondary, that biology destined us for certain roles and men for others." She walked to the nearest shelf and placed her hand flat against the stone, as if touching it could make it more real. "I raised 3 kids alone after my husband died. I worked 3 jobs. I kept everyone fed and clothed and housed. And the whole time everyone told me I wasn't doing real work, that I wasn't contributing to society the way a man with an office job contributed, that I was just a waitress, just a mother, just someone who cleaned up after other people." Her voice grew stronger, fierce, but this whole time this was here. Proof that women built civilization, proof that we created mathematics and astronomy and medicine and philosophy, proof that we were never lesser, never secondary, never just helpers. We were the architects, we were the inventors, we were the ones who kept humanity alive and moving forward. And they erased us. They stole our work and put men's names on it and made us believe we'd never done anything important. Grace turned to face Emma and Amara, her face wet with tears, but her expression almost exultant. Do you understand what this means? This isn't just about history. This is about every little girl being told she's not good at math, every woman being passed over for promotion because men are assumed to be more competent, every grandmother whose wisdom is dismissed as old wives' tales. This proves it was all a lie, all of it. The entire foundation of patriarchy was built on erasing women's contributions, and then claiming our inferiority was natural, was biological, was God's will. She laughed, and it was a sound of pure joy mixed with fury. They lied to us. For thousands of years they lied, and now we have proof. Amara moved along the shelves, her hands hovering over the vessels but not touching, showing respect for the sacred nature of what they contained. My mother stood here, she said softly. She saw this. She knew. And they killed her for knowing. Grandmother Fatima led them deeper into the archive, and Emma realized it wasn't just one chamber, but a whole complex of rooms, each dedicated to a different type of knowledge. One room held mathematical treatises, equations, and proofs written in multiple ancient scripts. Another contained astronomical observations, star charts that predated Greek astronomy by centuries. A third was filled with medical texts, detailed descriptions of surgical procedures and herbal remedies and anatomical knowledge that wouldn't be rediscovered in the West until the Renaissance. And there were maps. Room after room of maps showing trade routes that crossed continents, navigation techniques that enabled ocean travel long before European explorers claimed to have discovered them, geographic knowledge that proved women were the original explorers, the ones who had to learn the landscape to find water, to move with the seasons, to keep their families alive. Your mother spent 3 months here, Grandmother Fatima said as they moved through the chambers. She photographed everything, recorded everything, worked with us to create a digital archive as backup. She understood that no matter how well we protected this place, it could still be destroyed. Fire, earthquake, deliberate sabotage by those who feared what it represented. She wanted to ensure the knowledge survived, even if the physical space did not. Where is that digital archive now? Emma asked. Grandmother Fatima smiled. Distributed across multiple secure servers around the world. Your mother was very clever about this. She partnered with women in technology, women who understood digital security and preservation. The data exists in fragments, encrypted, meaningless unless you have all the pieces and know how to assemble them. She gave one piece to me, another to Amara's mother, others to women scholars she trusted in universities across 6 continents. No single person or institution could access the complete archive without cooperation from all the guardians. So even if this place is destroyed, Emma said slowly, the knowledge survives. The knowledge survives, Grandmother Fatima confirmed. That was your mother's gift to us. And now there is something else you must see. She led them to a chamber that was different from the others. Instead of ancient vessels and carved stone, this room had been modernized. There was a generator, silent now but ready to power the equipment Emma could see arranged against the walls. Video cameras on tripods, recording equipment, a laptop computer protected in a waterproof case, and in the center of the room, a small monitor and DVD player. Your mother left you a message, Grandmother Fatima said. She recorded it shortly before returning to America for the last time. She said that someday her daughter would come here, and she wanted Emma to understand directly from her why all of this mattered. The old woman produced a DVD from a protective sleeve and inserted it into the player. The screen flickered to life, and suddenly Emma Chen was there, younger than Emma remembered her, healthy and vibrant and alive, sitting in this very chamber with the archive visible behind her. Emma's legs gave out. She sank to the floor, unable to stand, unable to breathe, unable to do anything but stare at her mother's face, hear her mother's voice, see her mother alive again, even if only through the cruel magic of recorded video. Grace sat beside her immediately, arm around Emma's shoulders, holding her together. Amara knelt on her other side, taking Emma's hand. The 3 women watched together as Emma Chen began to speak. Emma, My darling girl, if you're watching this, I'm gone. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to see you grow into the woman I know you'll become. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you from what came next. But I'm not sorry for the work I did. I'm not sorry for the truth I discovered. Some things are worth dying for. Michelle paused, and Emma could see her mother gathering her thoughts, choosing her words carefully.
You're in the archive now. You're seeing what women have preserved for thousands of years. You're holding in your hands, or at least in your sight, proof that everything you were taught about history is incomplete at best, deliberately false at worst. This isn't about taking credit away from men. It's about restoring credit to women. It's about telling the complete story of human achievement.
The camera was close enough that Emma could see the passion in her mother's eyes, the absolute conviction that drove her work. Look around you, Emma. Every vessel in these chambers contains knowledge that was created by a woman, preserved by women, passed down from grandmother to granddaughter for longer than written history exists. Mathematics developed by women who needed to calculate crop yields and trade values. Astronomy created by women who navigated by stars and tracked seasons for planting. Medicine perfected by women who had to heal their families with whatever resources they could gather from the land. Michelle stood up, the camera following her as she walked along the shelves. Western historians claim that civilization began in Mesopotamia with male kings and male priests and male scribes, but that's only because they looked at official records, at what was written down by the tiny percentage of the population that had access to literacy and power. They ignored the oral traditions, the practical knowledge, the daily innovations that mostly came from women because women were the ones managing households, raising children, keeping everyone alive. She turned back to face the camera directly. This archive proves that women weren't passive recipients of male knowledge. We were active creators. We were innovators. We were the original scientists and mathematicians and physicians. But our work was stolen. Our names were erased, our contributions were attributed to men, or simply forgotten, because history is written by those who hold the pens. And for most of human existence, women were forbidden to write. Emma watched her mother's face, memorizing every detail, every expression, storing this moment like she could save it, preserve it, keep her mother alive through sheer force of will and attention. The consortium knows about this archive, Michelle continued, her voice growing more serious. Or they suspect it exists. They've been pressuring me to reveal the location. They claim they want to preserve it, to study it properly, to make it available to scholars. But I know what they really want. They want to control it, to suppress anything that threatens the narrative they've spent centuries building. She leaned closer to the camera. Emma, when you watch this, you'll have to make a choice. You can keep this secret, protect it the way the grandmothers have protected it. Wait for a time when the world might be more ready to hear the truth. Or you can share it, publish the findings, force the world to reckon with women's contributions, even though it will be dangerous, even though powerful people will try to destroy you for it. Michelle's expression softened. I can't make that choice for you. But I can tell you this. Silence is safe, but it's also a kind of death. The grandmothers preserved this knowledge in hope that someday it could be shared, that someday women's voices would be heard without being punished. If you feel that time is now, if you feel ready to take that risk, know that I'm proud of you. Know that every woman in this archive, every woman who created this knowledge, and every woman who protected it, they're all with you. She paused, and Emma saw tears in her mother's eyes now. I love you, Emma. I've always loved you. You are my greatest achievement, my finest creation. Whatever you choose to do with what you've learned here, do it with courage. Do it with wisdom. Do it with the knowledge that you are never alone, that you are part of an unbroken line of women stretching back to the beginning of human civilization. Michelle reached toward the camera as if she could touch Emma across time and death. Sing the songs I taught you, sweet girl. Remember that the reed endures, and know that mothers and daughters are connected by threads that not even death can break. I'm with you always, always. The screen went black. The chamber was silent except for the sound of 3 women crying, their grief and love and determination mingling in the cool underground air. Emma didn't know how long they sat there before she could move again, before she could think again, before she could do anything but feel the overwhelming presence of her mother's love and the weight of the choice Michelle had described. Finally, grandmother Fatima spoke. Your mother was right. The choice is yours. We have protected this place for generations, and we can continue to protect it for generations more if needed. But we also understand that protection through secrecy has its costs. Every year, more grandmothers die without their stories being recorded. Every year, more knowledge is lost. Perhaps the time has come to risk sharing what we have preserved. What do you think we should do? Emma asked, looking at the old woman. I think, grandmother Fatima said slowly, that you already know. You wouldn't have come all this way, wouldn't have risked so much if you intended to keep silent. You came to finish your mother's work, so finish it. Grace spoke up then, her voice stronger than Emma had heard it in days. I have an idea, but you're going to think I'm crazy. Emma turned to look at her. What kind of idea? Grace pulled out her phone, the same device that had seemed so out of place in the desert, but that had stayed charged thanks to the solar panels the women's camp maintained. My daughter, Maria. She's a social media influencer. She has 3 million followers on TikTok. She's been documenting our journey since we left New York. Emma blinked. What? You've been filming this? Grace nodded. Not everything. Just some. The camp, the women, the songs. Nothing that would compromise security. But Maria has been posting updates and people are paying attention. Millions of people are following our story. They know we're looking for something important. They're invested. She looked at Emma intently. What if we document everything here? What if we live stream it? What if we show the world the archive in real time, before anyone can stop us? The consortium can't suppress what millions of people have already seen. Grandmother Fatima's eyes widened. That is either brilliant or suicidal. Probably both, Grace agreed. But it's also the only way to ensure this knowledge gets out there. Once it's viral, once it's been seen by enough people, downloaded and shared and spread across the internet, no one can make it disappear. The truth becomes unstoppable. Amara was nodding slowly. The legal protections my father could provide would help, but they're not foolproof. Courts can be delayed, injunctions can be filed, bureaucracy can tie things up for years. But if the world sees this, if public pressure builds before the legal challenges even begin, it changes the dynamics entirely. Emma felt her heart racing. It was terrifying and perfect, and exactly what her mother would have wanted. Not slow academic publication that could be suppressed or ignored. Not careful scholarly debate that only reached other scholars. But immediate, widespread, undeniable truth shared with everyone at once. Let's do it, Emma said. Let's show the world what women have been hiding in plain sight for millennia. The next 6 hours transformed into something Emma would remember for the rest of her life. Not as a blur, but as a series of crystalline moments, each one sharp and clear and full of purpose. It was a frenzy of preparation and recording, but it was also a masterclass in how women work together when given space to use their skills, when hierarchy dissolves and everyone contributes what they can rather than competing for dominance. Grace coordinated everything with the kind of organizational genius that came from decades of managing complex restaurant operations during rush hours, when one mistake could cascade into disaster. She worked with her daughter Maria remotely, their video calls filled with rapid-fire technical discussion about lighting angles and camera positions, and how to structure a live stream for maximum emotional impact. Maria had expertise in social media virality, in understanding what made content shareable, what made people stop scrolling and pay attention. Grace had expertise in managing chaos and keeping multiple tasks moving forward simultaneously. Together, they created a production plan that would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars if done professionally, but that they were accomplishing with 3 smartphones, 2 laptops, and pure determination. Amara worked with the women of the camp to carefully curate what would be shown, what stories would be told, which pieces of evidence would be most compelling to an audience that had no background in archaeology or linguistics or ancient history. It couldn't be a dry academic presentation. It had to be emotionally resonant, immediately understandable, impossible to dismiss as ivory tower speculation. The women debated passionately but respectfully, each one advocating for particular manuscripts or artifacts that held special meaning to them, that represented the contributions of their ancestral mothers. They decided to focus on practical knowledge first, things anyone could understand the value of. Mathematical treatises about compound interest and inventory management, astronomical charts used for agricultural planning, medical texts describing childbirth techniques that reduced mortality. These weren't abstract philosophical speculations. These were tools for survival, innovations that had kept communities alive and thriving. Emma became the narrator, the voice that would guide millions of viewers through this revelation. She practiced her explanations, testing different ways of conveying complex information simply without being condescending, ways of making ancient artifacts feel relevant to modern life. Grandmother Fatima and other elder women coached her, teaching her the stories behind the manuscripts, the human context that made dusty old clay tablets into windows, into women's lived experience across millennia. They set up multiple camera angles using every device they had, creating a visual language that would capture both the scale of the archive and the intimate details of individual artifacts. Wide shots showing the endless rows of shelves, the sheer volume of preserved knowledge, close-ups of hands holding delicate tablets, fingers tracing ancient script, faces reacting to translated text. The elder women had learned enough about video from watching their grandchildren that they contributed ideas about angles and lighting, about how to create visual interest, about when to let silence speak louder than words. As they worked, more women arrived from neighboring communities, drawn by words spreading through networks that existed outside any formal communication system, the kind of information sharing that women have always done, grandmother to granddaughter, neighbor to neighbor, friend to friend. They came to witness, to help, to add their voices to what was being documented. Some brought food, knowing that documentation work was hungry work. Others brought their own stories, their own family histories of knowledge preserved and passed down. Still others simply came to be present, to be part of this moment when women's voices would finally be heard on a scale never before possible. And as the sun began to set on their second day at the site, as the light outside turned golden, and the temperature finally began to drop from unbearable to merely oppressive, Grace pressed the button that started the live stream. Within minutes, hundreds of people were watching. Within an hour, thousands. Within 2 hours, the number climbed past 1 million. The comment section filled with reactions ranging from awe to disbelief to anger to fierce determination that this knowledge needed to be protected and shared. Emma spoke directly to the camera, her voice steady despite her nervousness. What you're seeing is not a hoax. It's not a publicity stunt. This is real. This is an archive that women have maintained for thousands of years, protecting knowledge that the official historical record erased or ignored. Every manuscript you see here, every tablet, every scroll, was created by a woman or recorded by women from oral traditions that predated writing. She held up one of the clay tablets, turning it so the camera could capture the intricate cuneiform script. This tablet is 4,200 years old. It contains mathematical equations for calculating compound interest and loan repayment schedules. It was created by a woman whose name translates to "she who keeps accounts." She ran a trading business that operated across multiple cities, managing complex financial transactions that required sophisticated mathematics. Her work predates the oldest known male mathematicians by at least 300 years. Emma carefully returned the tablet to its shelf and picked up another artifact. This star chart maps the movement of Venus across the night sky over a 19-year cycle. It was created by women astronomers who needed to track seasons for agricultural planning. The level of precision and consistency in their observations rivals anything done by ancient Greek or Chinese astronomers. But because these women weren't part of official priesthoods or royal courts, their work was never recorded in the histories written by men. On and on it went, artifact after artifact, evidence after evidence, an unrelenting documentation of women's contributions to human knowledge. The viewer count continued to climb, 5 million, 8 million. By the time they'd been live streaming for 6 hours, more than 15 million people had tuned in at some point, and tens of millions more were watching clips and highlights being shared across every social media platform. And then, as night fell completely over the desert, and the stream should have been ending, as Emma was preparing to sign off and let the world process what they'd seen, Grandmother Fatima placed a hand on her shoulder. "They're here," the old woman said quietly. Emma's heart sank. "Who's here?" "The consortium. They've brought representatives, legal documents. They're attempting to shut us down." Grace's face hardened. "Keep streaming," she said. "Don't stop for anything. Let the world see what happens next." They emerged from the archive to find a scene that looked surreal in the harsh artificial lights that had been set up around the camp. 3 black SUVs were parked at the edge of the gathering, and a group of men in expensive suits stood arguing with the sheikh and several of the women elders. At the center of the group was a man Emma recognized from photos in her mother's research files. Hendrik Voss, CEO of the Global Strategy Consortium, the man who had ordered her mother's death. Emma approached with the camera still running, Grace filming over her shoulder, refusing to be intimidated, refusing to back down now that they'd come this far. "Mr. Voss," Emma called out, "thank you for joining us. We're live right now with 20 million viewers. Would you like to comment on why you're here?" Voss turned to face her, his expression carefully controlled but fury visible in his eyes. "This site is under legal dispute. You are trespassing and illegally removing artifacts of cultural significance. I have injunctions from 3 separate governments demanding you cease operations immediately." Emma smiled, and it wasn't a friendly smile. "You can file all the injunctions you want, Mr. Voss, but 20 million people have already seen what's in this archive. The knowledge is already out there. You can't suppress what's already been shared with the world." Voss stepped closer, his voice dropping to a threatening level even though the camera caught every word. "You think you're safe because people are watching? You think public attention protects you? I will destroy you. I will bury you in legal challenges. I will make sure you never work in academia again. I will ruin you the same way I ruined your mother." The words hung in the air. Emma heard Grace gasp behind her, saw the sheikh's eyes widen, understood that Voss had just confessed, on camera, to millions of witnesses, that he'd been responsible for Michelle Chen's death. "You just admitted to murder," Emma said quietly, "on a live stream being watched by millions of people. You just confessed to killing my mother." Voss's face went pale as he realized what he'd said. His lawyers began speaking urgently, trying to walk it back, claiming their client had been speaking metaphorically, that it was a figure of speech, that no actual admission had been made. But it was too late. The internet had already captured the moment, was already clipping and sharing and amplifying Voss's words. Within minutes, the confession was trending worldwide. Law enforcement agencies in multiple countries were being tagged, being asked to investigate, being pressured by public outcry to take action. Grandmother Fatima stepped forward then, speaking with quiet authority. "Mr. Voss, you are not welcome here. This is sacred ground. These women have invited Emma Chen to share their knowledge with the world. You have no authority here. Leave now, or we will ask the royal guard to remove you." The sheikh made a signal, and armed guards emerged from the darkness, loyal to him rather than to any corporation. Voss looked around, calculated his options, and realized he'd lost. Not in a courtroom, not through legal maneuvering, but through something simpler and more powerful. Public opinion. Truth witnessed by millions. He turned and stalked back to his vehicles without another word. His entourage followed. Within minutes, they were gone, leaving only dust and the memory of a confession that would follow Voss for the rest of his life. The livestream finally ended 3 hours later with a closing message from Emma, Grace, and Amara standing together in front of the Stonehand pillars under a sky so full of stars. It looked like someone had spilled diamonds across black velvet. "We've shown you only a fraction of what this archive contains," Emma said to the camera. "There are thousands of manuscripts still to be translated, thousands of stories still to be told. This isn't the end of anything. It's a beginning. We're establishing an open access digital archive that anyone can contribute to, that anyone can learn from. We're creating scholarships for women scholars, especially women from marginalized communities, to study and add to this collection." Grace spoke next. If you're watching this and thinking this doesn't matter, that this is just ancient history, I want you to understand something. I'm 52 years old. I've spent my adult life being invisible, being told my work doesn't matter because I'm not educated, because I serve instead of create. But I've been part of uncovering proof that women like me, working women, women who use their hands and their hearts and their minds to keep the world running, we've always been part of building civilization. We've always mattered. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Amara finished. My mother died protecting this knowledge. Emma's mother died protecting it. Countless other women throughout history have died protecting it. We're not going to let their deaths be meaningless. This archive belongs to everyone now. It belongs to every girl who was told she wasn't smart enough, wasn't strong enough, wasn't important enough. You are all of those things. You always were. Now we have proof. When they finally turned off the cameras and returned to camp after more than 8 hours of continuous documentation and streaming, exhausted in their bones but exhilarated in their hearts, they found the women waiting with food and tea and the kind of gentle celebration that doesn't announce itself with noise, but settles over everything like a blessing. There was no triumphalism, no loud victory party with music and dancing and declarations of conquest. Just quiet satisfaction that ran deep, relief that felt like a physical weightlifting, the profound sense that something that had been carried for far too long, carried by too many women across too many generations, had finally been shared with the world and could now be carried collectively. Emma sat by the fire with Grace on one side and Amara on the other, their shoulders touching in that way that had become natural over the past week. Grandmother Fatima sitting across from them, with other elder women forming a protective circle around the younger ones. The fire crackled and sparked, sending occasional embers spiraling up toward the star-filled sky. Someone was singing softly in the background, an old song about water and persistence, and the patience required to shape stone through repetition rather than force. Emma felt something she hadn't felt in 4 years, maybe longer, maybe since before her mother got sick. Not just peace, though there was peace in this moment. Not just relief, though relief was certainly present after the intensity of the past hours. What she felt was purpose, the bone-deep certainty that her life meant something beyond just surviving from paycheck to paycheck, beyond just keeping debt collectors at bay for another month, beyond just making it through another shift at a job that ground her down with its invisibility. Your mother would be proud, Grandmother Fatima said, her weathered face gentle in the firelight. You finished what she started. You made sure the voices were heard, not just preserved in darkness, waiting for some perfect future time that might never come, but heard now, shared now, made real in the world now. Emma looked up at the stars, at the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a river of light, and tried to imagine her mother somewhere among those countless points of illumination. Michelle Chen, who had believed that women's knowledge mattered, who had risked everything to prove it, who had paid for that belief with her life, but had won in the end because her daughter had finished what she started. Do you think she knew? Emma asked quietly. My mother. Do you think she knew I would come here eventually, that I would find all of this, that I would be able to complete her work? Grandmother Fatima considered the question seriously, not offering easy comfort, but real thought. I think she hoped. I think she believed in you, believed in the education she'd given you and the values she'd taught you and the strength she'd seen in you, even when you were very young. But I don't think she knew for certain. None of us ever know for certain what our children will choose to do, who they will become, whether they will carry forward what we've tried to teach them, or whether they'll reject it and forge their own paths. The old woman leaned forward, firelight catching in her eyes. What I do know is that she trusted you with the most important knowledge in the world. She encoded it in songs, in lullabies, in the intimate space between mother and daughter, where truth can be passed even when writing it down would be too dangerous. That's not something you do unless you have profound faith in your child's worthiness, in their ability to rise to challenges, in their commitment to justice over personal safety. Grace spoke then, her voice thoughtful. I keep thinking about my own kids, Miguel and Rosa and Carlos. I spent so many years working, always working, never there for them the way I wanted to be, missing school events and sick days and the thousand small moments that make up a childhood. And I always felt guilty about it. Felt like I was failing them, like I was putting my job above my children, even though I was working for them, working to keep them fed and housed and alive. She paused, her hands wrapped around her teacup. But maybe they learned something important from watching me work that hard. Maybe they learned that women's labor matters, that service work is real work, that keeping the world running is valuable even when it's not recognized or celebrated. Maybe my daughter Maria became who she is, using social media to organize and educate and amplify marginalized voices, because she watched me survive impossible circumstances and refused to give up. Amara added her own reflection. My mother died when I was 4. I barely remember her, just fragments, impressions, the feeling of her presence rather than specific memories. But my father told me tonight, after the live stream ended, that she would have been proud of me for speaking up, for using my education and privilege to help share knowledge rather than hoarding it. He said she always believed that those who have platforms have responsibilities, that silence in the face of injustice is complicity. She looked at Emma with affection and something deeper, the bond that forms between people who have faced danger together, who have chosen each other not through accident of birth, but through deliberate commitment. You gave me permission to find my voice. Both of you did. You showed me that being a woman doesn't mean accepting invisibility, that there's a difference between honoring tradition and being imprisoned by it. My father and I talked for 3 hours tonight, really talked for the first time in years. He listened to me, really listened, not just waited for me to finish speaking so he could tell me what to do. The 3 women sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the fire and the songs and the wind that never quite stopped moving across the desert, that ancient presence that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, that would continue long after all of them were dust. Tomorrow they would fly back to New York. Tomorrow the real work would begin in earnest. Work that would probably consume the rest of their lives, establishing the foundation that would manage the archive and fund scholarships and support research, fighting the legal battles that were inevitable, defending against the consortium's attempts to discredit or suppress what had been revealed, dealing with the skeptics who would claim the artifacts were fakes, the critics who would try to minimize the significance of women's contributions, the people who would never accept what had been proven, because accepting it would require them to fundamentally rethink everything they'd been taught about history and gender and power. There would be death threats, Emma knew. There would be harassment campaigns. There would be attempts to paint her as a fraud or a fanatic or someone seeking attention and fame rather than truth. The consortium would marshal resources to fight back, to protect the narrative they'd spent so much money and effort maintaining. Hendrik Voss might be facing criminal charges for his live-streamed confession, but there were dozens of others ready to take his place, others with just as much money and power and motivation to keep women's contributions suppressed. But all of that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, under a sky full of stars that had watched women preserve knowledge for millennia, surrounded by sisters chosen rather than assigned, Emma Chen finally understood what her mother had meant about the reed and the wind. You didn't survive by being rigid, by refusing to bend, by trying to be stronger than the forces that wanted to break you. You survived by being flexible, by adapting, by letting the pain and pressure pass through you instead of resisting it until you shattered. But flexibility didn't mean weakness. Bending didn't mean breaking. The reed survived not despite its flexibility, but because of it. And when the wind passed through the hollow spaces that grief and loss and struggle had carved out, when it moved through the empty places inside you where the people you loved used to be, it didn't just create pain. It created music. It created a song. It transformed sorrow into something that could be shared, that could connect you to others who had also been hollowed out by loss, that could become a kind of beauty that only existed because of the pain that preceded it. Emma Chen had been hollowed out by her mother's death and her father's death and 4 years of invisible survival. But tonight she understood that the hollowing hadn't destroyed her. It had prepared her, had created space inside her for something larger than herself, for a mission that mattered, for connections with women who were also learning to transform their pain into purpose. She was a Reed, Grace was a Reed, Amara was a Reed. All the women in this camp, all the women who had protected the archive across generations, all the women whose knowledge filled those vessels in the chambers below ground, they were all Reeds. Flexible, but not fragile. Bent, but not broken. Making music from the wind instead of being shattered by it. And their song, the song of women's voices finally being heard after millennia of forced silence, was just beginning. It would continue long after Emma was gone, long after everyone currently alive had returned to dust. The song would persist because it was carried in the space between mother and daughter, grandmother and granddaughter, woman and woman, passed forward through generations, in ways that couldn't be destroyed by burning libraries or suppressing publication or murdering individual women. The song was unstoppable now. The wind would carry it everywhere. Tomorrow they would return to fight. But tonight, they rested. Tonight, they were safe. Tonight, they were home. 6 months passed like water flowing through cupped hands, both too fast and exactly as long as it needed to be. Emma Chen stood in front of the bathroom mirror in her new apartment in Brooklyn, an actual one-bedroom with windows that opened and heat that worked, and a kitchen where she could cook real meals instead of just reheating ramen. She was adjusting the collar of a suit she'd never imagined owning, charcoal gray silk that fit perfectly because Grace had insisted on taking her to a proper tailor, had stood there while Emma protested the expense, and said firmly, "You matter now. Let yourself look like you matter." Today was the opening ceremony for the Chen Martinez Institute for Women's Knowledge. They'd named it after both Michelle Chen and Grace Martinez, despite Grace's protests that she hadn't done anything to deserve such an honor. Protests that Emma and Amara had overruled by pointing out that Grace had made the entire live stream possible, had coordinated the logistics that allowed millions of people to witness the archive, had contributed her daughter's expertise and her own organizational genius, and her willingness to risk everything for a truth that wasn't even originally her fight. "Your name goes on the Institute," Emma had said with finality, "because women like you, working women who keep the world running while being told they don't matter, that's who this place is for. If we put only my mother's name on it, it becomes about credentialed academics. But with your name too, it says that all women's knowledge matters. All women's contributions count, whether you have a PhD or a high school diploma or no formal education at all." The Institute occupied 3 floors of a converted warehouse in downtown Manhattan, close enough to universities to attract scholars, but also accessible to the communities the Institute was meant to serve. The ground floor housed a public library and community space, free and open to everyone, where women could access not just books, but computers and childcare, and a cafe that employed women trying to re-enter the workforce after incarceration, or domestic violence, or simply decades of being told they weren't qualified for anything beyond service work. The second floor held offices and research facilities, where teams of women scholars from around the world were working to translate and analyze the manuscripts from the archive, publishing their findings in an open-access digital journal that anyone could read without paying subscription fees or having university credentials. The third floor was dedicated to education, with classrooms for workshops and training programs and the scholarship offices that were already processing applications from hundreds of women who wanted to study, but couldn't afford traditional higher education. Emma's phone buzzed with a text from Grace. "Are you ready? The car is waiting downstairs. Don't make me come up there and drag you out. You know I will." Emma smiled at her reflection, at the woman looking back at her who barely resembled the exhausted waitress from 6 months ago. She'd gained weight, the good kind that came from eating regularly and sleeping enough and not being ground down by constant stress. Her hair was longer now, professionally styled instead of pulled back in that severe regulation bun. But more than the physical changes, something in her eyes was different. There was light there now, purpose, the kind of aliveness that comes from doing work that matters. She grabbed her bag and headed downstairs to where Grace waited in the car the Institute had hired for the day, a small luxury they'd allowed themselves for this one occasion. Grace sat in the back seat wearing a dress in deep blue that made her look regal, her gray hair swept up in an elegant style that her daughter Maria had spent an hour perfecting this morning. Grace's hands were shaking slightly, Emma noticed, nervous energy that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the magnitude of what they were about to celebrate. "You look beautiful," Emma said, sliding in beside her. "I look old," Grace replied, but she was smiling, 52 and finally doing something that matters. "Took me long enough. Better late than never. Besides, you're not old, you're experienced. There's a difference." The drive to the Institute took 20 minutes through Midtown traffic, and Emma spent it reviewing her speech one more time, the words she'd labored over for weeks, trying to find language that would honor her mother, while also acknowledging everyone else who'd made this moment possible. Grace sat beside her, offering occasional suggestions, her natural gift for language and communication evident in the small changes she proposed that made Emma's academic prose more accessible, more human, more likely to connect with an audience that included everyone from university professors to women who'd dropped out of high school. When they arrived, Emma's breath caught at the sight. Hundreds of people were already gathered outside the building, held back by velvet ropes but close enough to see and hear everything. Media vans lined the street, cameras set up, reporters doing stand-up segments. A stage had been erected in front of the main entrance, decorated simply but beautifully with flowing fabric in cream and golden deep blue. The colors they'd chosen to represent knowledge and wisdom, and the endless sky over the desert where everything had begun. Amara was already there, resplendent in a modern interpretation of traditional dress that somehow bridged cultures, honored heritage, while also announcing that she was a woman of this century, not bound by the past even as she respected it. She saw Emma and Grace emerge from the car and rushed over to embrace them both. "They're all here," Amara said, her voice trembling with emotion. "The Bedouin women, Grandmother Fatima, all of them. They flew in yesterday. My father chartered 3 planes to bring everyone who wanted to come. And Emma, your family came. Your cousins and your aunt, the ones you haven't seen since your father died. Grace's children are here too, front row." Emma felt tears prick her eyes, but blinked them back. Not yet. She could cry later. Right now she needed to be present, to honor this moment with clarity and focus. The ceremony began at noon exactly. The autumn sun warm, but not oppressive. The air carrying a hint of coolness that promised winter eventually, but not yet. Not today. Emma stood backstage with Grace and Amara, listening as the MC, a respected journalist named Patricia Chen, no relation but a woman who'd been one of the first to verify the archive's authenticity, welcomed everyone and explained what they were about to witness. "Today, we're not just opening a building," Patricia said, her voice carrying through speakers to the gathered crowd and to the live stream that was already being watched by millions around the world. "We're acknowledging a truth that should never have been hidden. We're creating space for voices that should never have been silenced. We're investing in a future where women's knowledge is valued equally with men's, where women's contributions to human civilization are recognized and celebrated, rather than erased and forgotten." She introduced the first speaker, Dr. Helena Kovacs from Harvard, one of the 40 experts who'd been at the original summit in the Obsidian Hotel. Dr. Kovacs had been one of the first to publicly admit she'd been wrong, to acknowledge that her academic training had blind spots, that Western education systematically devalued women's knowledge and non-Western epistemologies. She'd resigned from Harvard and was now the Institute's director of research, using her considerable expertise and connections to recruit top scholars from around the world. 6 months ago, Dr. Kovacs said, "I stood in a ballroom and watched a waitress answer a question that I, with all my degrees in publications and supposed expertise, could not answer. I was humiliated. But more than that, I was awakened. I realized that I'd spent my entire career studying women's history while being taught by a system that fundamentally didn't value women's knowledge. I'd been complicit in the very erasure I claimed to oppose." She paused, visibly emotional. The Chen Martinez Institute represents a different approach. Here, we don't just study women's history as a subcategory of real history. We recognize that women's knowledge, women's innovations, women's contributions are central to the entire human story. We acknowledge that kitchen wisdom is often more reliable than laboratory science, that grandmother's remedies frequently anticipate pharmaceutical discoveries by centuries, that the oral traditions of women contain truths that academic papers miss because they're looking for the wrong things in the wrong places. The crowd applauded, and Dr. Kovac stepped aside. The next speaker was Marcus Whitmore, and Emma felt her stomach clench seeing him walk onto the stage. He looked diminished somehow, smaller than she remembered, his expensive suit hanging loosely as if he'd lost weight. His face carried shame like a physical weight. 6 months ago, Whitmore began, his voice shaking, I was complicit in a murder. Not directly, not with my own hands, but through my silence, through my willingness to look the other way when people I knew were dangerous, approached me with offers that were too good to refuse. Dr. Emma Chen was my mentor. She taught me everything I knew about fieldwork and cultural sensitivity, and the importance of listening to voices that traditional scholarship ignored. And when the consortium asked me to help discredit her, I did it. I was jealous, I was ambitious, and I was weak. He looked directly at Emma, tears running down his face. I can never undo what I did. I can never bring your mother back or give you the years you lost. But I can spend the rest of my life trying to honor her memory by doing the work she would have done. I've donated my entire salary from the past 20 years to the Institute's scholarship fund. I'm teaching pro bono at community colleges, working with students who can't afford traditional universities. I'm using whatever platform I still have to amplify women's voices instead of drowning them out. Emma hadn't forgiven him, not completely, maybe not ever, but she'd accepted his help because her mother would have believed in redemption, in the possibility that people could change, could grow, could become better versions of themselves if given the chance and held accountable. Whitmore was living proof that you could acknowledge terrible mistakes and still choose to do better going forward. Then it was time for the founders to speak. Amara went first, her voice steady and clear, speaking about her mother Mariam and the legacy of women in her tribe who'd protected the archive for generations, who'd understood that some knowledge was too important to let men control or destroy. My mother died 28 years ago, Amara said. I barely remember her face, but I remember her voice. She sang to me, old songs about women who survived impossible things, who transformed sorrow into strength. For most of my life, I thought those songs were just entertainment, just lullabies with no deeper meaning. But they were maps, just like the lullaby Emma's mother taught her. They were instructions for how to live, how to persist, how to make beauty from pain. She paused, gathering herself. This institute honors not just the famous women, the ones who managed to leave written records despite all the obstacles. It honors every grandmother who taught a granddaughter to read, every mother who passed down herbal remedies, every aunt who showed a niece how to navigate a world designed to diminish her. It honors the invisible women, the ones whose names we'll never know but whose contributions made all of our lives possible. Grace spoke next, and Emma watched her friend, her sister, transform on that stage. Gone was the uncertain waitress who'd spent decades believing she didn't matter. This was a woman who discovered her voice and learned to use it. I'm 52 years old, Grace said, and there was power in her voice now. Confidence earned through survival and growth and the hard work of learning to value herself. I've spent most of my life being told that my work doesn't count because I serve food instead of managing corporations, because I clean instead of creating, because I take care of others instead of building empires. I raised 3 kids alone after my husband died. I worked 3 jobs simultaneously. I kept everyone alive and fed and housed through sheer determination and refusal to give up. She looked out at the crowd, making eye contact, refusing to be diminished. And the whole time, society told me I wasn't contributing, that I was just a waitress, just a mom, just someone who takes orders and cleans up messes. But I was building the foundation that allowed everyone else's lives to function. I was doing essential work that the economy requires but refuses to value. I was exercising skills that most executives don't have, managing complex logistics under extreme time pressure, while maintaining composure and treating people with dignity even when they treated me like furniture. Her voice grew stronger. This institute is named partly after me, not because I'm special or exceptional or more deserving than any other working woman. It's named after me because I represent millions of women whose labor is invisible, whose contributions go unrecognized, whose knowledge is dismissed as common sense rather than expertise. We're not just studying women who wrote manuscripts 4,000 years ago. We're documenting the knowledge of women who are alive right now, who work in kitchens and hospitals and classrooms and factories, whose innovations and insights and survival strategies deserve to be preserved and celebrated. The crowd was on their feet now, applauding so loudly that Grace had to pause, had to wait for the noise to die down before she could continue. When she did, her voice was thick with emotion. 6 months ago, Emma Chen and Amara Al-Mazrouei let me be part of something bigger than myself. They could have left me behind, could have said I didn't have the education or credentials or skills to contribute. But they saw me. They valued me. They made space for my voice. And I want this institute to do the same thing for every woman who's been told she doesn't belong, that she's not smart enough or educated enough or important enough. You belong. You matter. Your knowledge counts. Then it was Emma's turn. She walked to the microphone with Grace's hand briefly squeezing hers for courage, Amara's smile giving her strength, and looked out at the sea of faces. She saw her cousins in the third row, family she hadn't spoken to in years because grief and debt had made her ashamed to reach out. She saw Grace's 3 children in the front row, Miguel and Rosa and Carlos, all beaming with pride at their mother's transformation. She saw grandmother Fatima and the other Bedouin women, some of whom had traveled for the first time in their lives to be here. She saw women from the waitstaff union that had organized at the Obsidian Hotel after Emma's story went viral, women who'd used her example to demand better wages and treatment. And in the very back, standing slightly apart from the main crowd, she saw a young woman in a waitress uniform, probably on her break from a nearby restaurant, watching with hunger in her eyes, with the kind of desperate hope that Emma recognized because she'd felt it herself not so long ago. My mother, Emma began, believed that knowledge belongs to everyone. She believed that wisdom doesn't require credentials, that intelligence exists in every community regardless of education level or economic status, that the voices of grandmothers matter as much as the voices of professors. She held up a photograph of Michelle Chen, young and vibrant, standing with Bedouin women in the desert, all of them laughing at something outside the frame. This is my mother at 32, doing the fieldwork that would eventually cost her life. She's laughing because the grandmother she's interviewing just made a joke about men who think they invented everything. That grandmother, whose name was Layla, told my mother that men write history with ink that fades. Women write history with songs that can't be erased. Emma set down the photo and looked directly at the cameras, knowing millions were watching, wanting to speak to all of them. The Chen Martinez Institute exists because my mother and women like her refuse to let those songs be forgotten. It exists because Grace Martinez and millions of women like her kept the world running while being told they didn't matter. It exists because Amara Al-Mazrouei and women in her position chose to use their privilege to amplify other women's voices instead of hoarding it for themselves. She took a breath, feeling the weight of this moment. But most of all, this institute exists because of you. Everyone watching, everyone who shared the live stream 6 months ago, everyone who donated money or time or expertise or simply attention when we revealed what had been hidden. You made this possible. You chose to believe that women's knowledge matters. You chose to care about voices that have been silenced. You chose to be part of changing the story we tell about human civilization. Emma gestured to the building behind her. Inside these walls, we're doing more than just research. We're creating scholarships for women who can't afford traditional education. We're documenting the knowledge of living women whose expertise deserves to be preserved. We're training the next generation of scholars to recognize and value women's contributions. We're building a library that's free and open to everyone, not locked behind paywalls or institutional access. She felt emotion rising in her throat but pushed through. My mother died protecting knowledge that men wanted to control. She died believing that truth was worth more than safety. And she was right. Truth matters. Women's voices matter. And this institute is our promise that those voices will never be silenced again. The ceremony continued with more speakers, with performances by women musicians playing instruments their grandmothers had taught them, with a blessing from grandmother Fatima that brought tears to nearly everyone's eyes, with the formal ribbon cutting that officially opened the institute to the public. But what Emma would remember most vividly wasn't the formal ceremony, it was what happened after, when the official events ended and the crowds dispersed and the media packed up their equipment. Emma was standing near the entrance, greeting people as they explored the new space, when she saw the young waitress she'd noticed earlier approaching hesitantly. The girl was maybe 19, Latina, wearing the kind of cheap uniform Emma recognized intimately. She clutched a backpack and looked terrified, like she expected to be thrown out at any moment for having the audacity to approach. "Hi," the girl said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry to bother you. I know you're busy. I just wanted to say, I saw your live stream, I saw what you did, and it made me think that maybe I could do something too. I'm studying engineering at community college, but I have to work full time to pay for it, and I'm so tired all the time, and I keep thinking about dropping out because it's too hard." She paused, tears welling up. "But then I remember that you were a waitress too, that you didn't give up even when everything seemed impossible. And I think if she can do it, maybe I can too." Emma's throat tightened. "What's your name?" "Isabella," the girl said. Emma reached into her bag and pulled out a card, one of many she'd had printed for exactly this purpose. "This is the scholarship office number. Call them tomorrow. Tell them Emma Chen sent you. They'll help you figure out financial aid so you can cut back on work hours and focus on your studies." Isabella's eyes went wide. "Really? You don't even know me." "I know enough," Emma said, and pulled the girl into a quick hug. "You're smart, you're determined, and you're willing to ask for help. That's all that matters. Call them tomorrow. Promise me." "I promise," Isabella whispered. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Emma watched her walk away, watched the girl's steps grow lighter, watched hope replace desperation in the set of her shoulders. This, Emma thought, this is what it's all about. Not the ceremony or the media coverage or the academic prestige. This moment right here, helping one more woman believe she deserves support, that her dreams matter, that she's not alone in her struggle. The next week brought a flurry of activity that left Emma breathless. The institute officially opened its doors to the public, and thousands of people flooded through in the first 72 hours, overwhelming the staff, but in the best possible way. Women came from across the country, some traveling on buses overnight, bringing their daughters and granddaughters and nieces, wanting them to see proof that women had always mattered, had always contributed, had always been more than the limited role society assigned them. Grace threw herself into managing the community center on the ground floor, using her decades of restaurant management experience to create systems for the cafe and childcare program and computer lab. She hired exclusively women who needed second chances, women emerging from incarceration or domestic violence shelters or homelessness, women who'd been told they were unemployable, but who proved to be dedicated and skilled once someone gave them an opportunity and treated them with dignity. Amara split her time between the Institute and Abu Dhabi, working with her father to establish a sister organization in the Middle East that would focus on preserving women's oral traditions and supporting women scholars in the region. The sheikh had undergone his own transformation in the months since the live stream, becoming an outspoken advocate for women's education and empowerment, using his considerable influence to pressure other leaders to invest in women's knowledge rather than suppressing it. But it was one particular afternoon, 3 weeks after the opening, that brought everything into sharp focus for Emma. She was in her office reviewing scholarship applications when Grace knocked on the door with an urgent expression. "You need to come downstairs," Grace said. "Now, there's someone here." Emma followed Grace down to the community center to find a gathering that made her heart stop. Grace's 3 children, Miguel and Rosa and Carlos, all standing together near the cafe, clearly nervous about something. They'd asked to meet with their mother privately, Grace explained, and they wanted Emma there too. They sat at one of the corner tables, afternoon sunlight streaming through the large windows, and for a long moment, no one spoke. Then Rosa, Grace's daughter, the middle child, now 26 years old, broke the silence. "Mom," Rosa said, and Emma could hear years of hurt in that single word. We need to talk about something that's been bothering all of us for a long time. Grace's face went pale, but she nodded. Okay, I'm listening. When we were kids, Rosa continued, voice shaking, you were never there. You were always working. We raised ourselves. Miguel made dinner and helped us with homework. I put Carlos to bed most nights. We didn't have a mother. We had someone who slept a few hours and then left for work again. Grace's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't interrupt, didn't defend herself, just listened the way she'd promised. And we were angry about that for years, Carlos added, resentful. We felt abandoned even though we knew intellectually that you were working to keep us alive. But knowing something intellectually and feeling it emotionally are different things. Emma wanted to reach for Grace's hand, but sensed this was something Grace needed to face alone, without comfort, without the ability to retreat into being cared for rather than hearing what her children needed to say. But then, Miguel said, the eldest, now 29 and working as a public defender, we watched what happened 6 months ago. We saw you on that live stream. We saw you coordinate everything, manage the logistics, make split-second decisions that millions of people depended on. And we realized something. He paused, swallowing hard. We realized that you were always that person, that capable, that intelligent, that strong. But you were using all those skills just to keep us alive, to keep food on the table and a roof over our heads. You weren't absent because you didn't love us. You were absent because you loved us so much that you sacrificed everything, including the relationship you wanted to have with us, to make sure we survived. Grace was crying openly now, silent tears streaming down her face. We're sorry, Mom, Rosa said, and now she was crying too. We're sorry we didn't understand. We're sorry we made you feel guilty for working so hard. We're sorry we resented you for doing what you had to do. Carlos reached across the table and took his mother's hand. We're so proud of you. Watching you find your voice, watching you build this place, watching you help other women the way you always helped us. Even when we didn't appreciate it, it's been the most amazing thing to witness. Miguel added, we know we can't get back the years we lost, the mother-daughter dances I missed because you were working, the baseball games you couldn't attend, the moments that we needed you and you weren't there because you were keeping us alive in more fundamental ways. But we want to go forward differently, Rosa said. We want to know you now, not as the exhausted woman who barely had energy to speak when she came home, but as the person you're becoming, the leader, the organizer, the woman who changed the world. Grace couldn't speak, could only sob, and her 3 children moved around the table to embrace her, all of them crying together, healing wounds that had festered for decades, finding a way forward that acknowledged both the pain and the love, the sacrifice and the cost, the impossibility of their situation, and Grace's heroic efforts to manage it anyway. Emma slipped away to give them privacy, her own eyes wet, understanding that she'd just witnessed something sacred, the kind of healing that's only possible when people are brave enough to be vulnerable, when they choose to understand rather than just to be understood. That evening, back at her apartment, Emma opened her laptop to check the Institute's email and found a message that made her heart race. It was from the International Criminal Court, informing her that Hendrik Voss had been formally indicted for conspiracy to commit murder in the deaths of Michelle Chen and Mariam Al-Mazrouei. The live-stream confession, combined with evidence that had come to light in the months since, had built a case that prosecutors felt confident pursuing. Justice wouldn't bring her mother back. It wouldn't erase the years of debt and struggle and grief. But it would acknowledge that what had been done to Michelle and Mariam and countless other women was wrong, was criminal, deserved consequences. Emma called Grace to share the news, and Grace called Amara. And within an hour, they were all at Emma's apartment, sitting on her secondhand furniture, drinking cheap wine, because despite the Institute's success, Emma still couldn't quite bring herself to spend money on expensive things. The scarcity mindset of years of poverty too deeply ingrained to shake easily. He'll probably never see the inside of a prison cell, Amara said pragmatically. Men like Voss have lawyers and connections and ways of delaying justice indefinitely. But the indictment matters. It's an acknowledgement. It's history recording that what they did was wrong. Grace raised her glass. To Michelle and Mariam, to all the women who died protecting knowledge that men wanted to control. They drank in silence for a moment, honoring the dead, acknowledging the cost that had been paid for the truth to emerge. Then Emma lifted her glass again, and to us, to surviving, to finishing what they started, to making sure their deaths meant something. To the reeds that endured, Amara added. To the song that never stops, Grace finished. The following month brought an unexpected opportunity. The Obsidian Hotel, desperate to repair its image after the scandal of what had happened in its ballroom 6 months ago, reached out to Emma with an offer. They wanted to host a fundraising gala for the Institute, wanted to donate a portion of proceeds from future events, wanted to partner with the Institute to create scholarships specifically for women in hospitality work. Emma's first instinct was to refuse, to tell them that she wanted nothing to do with a place that had treated her as invisible for 4 years. But Grace had a different perspective. "Let's do it," Grace said, "but on our terms. Let's hold the event in the same ballroom where it all started. Let's invite every single person who works in service at that hotel. Let's make them guests of honor, not invisible servants. Let's show them what's possible." So they planned a gala unlike any the Obsidian had ever hosted. The gold leaf ballroom, where Emma had once served champagne while being ignored, was transformed into a celebration of working women. Every server, housekeeper, desk clerk, and kitchen worker from the hotel was invited not to work but to attend as honored guests. The Institute hired outside catering so the hotel staff could experience being served rather than serving. Emma walked into that ballroom on the night of the gala wearing the same charcoal silk suit from the opening ceremony, but this time she entered through the main doors as a guest, as someone who mattered, as someone who belonged. Grace walked beside her in a new dress her children had bought her, and Amara completed their trio, the 3 of them together as they'd been since that first night 6 months ago. The ballroom was packed with women from every walk of life. Wealthy donors in designer gowns stood next to housekeepers in their Sunday best. University professors chatted with women who cleaned their offices. CEOs compared notes with the women who managed their households. The usual hierarchies had dissolved, replaced by something more interesting, more generative, more real. Mr. Caldwell, the hotel manager who'd once threatened to fire Emma for breathing too loudly, approached her with visible nervousness. "Ms. Chen," he said formally, "on behalf of the Obsidian Hotel, I want to apologize for how you were treated during your employment here. You deserved better. All of our staff deserve better. We're implementing new policies, better wages, opportunities for advancement. We're trying to do better." Emma looked at him for a long moment, deciding whether to accept the apology or to tell him exactly how his contempt and threats had made her feel worthless for years. But she realized she didn't need his apology to heal. She'd already healed. She'd already moved beyond defining herself by how men like him had treated her. "Thank you," she said simply. "I appreciate you saying that." She moved past him into the crowd, looking for someone specific, and found her near the service alcove behind the marble pillar where Emma used to hide. A young waitress, probably 20, watching the gala with the same hunger Emma remembered feeling. The desperate longing to be part of something bigger than just surviving shift to shift. Emma approached her with a gentle smile. "What's your name?" "Maya," the girl said, startled to be addressed directly. "Maya," Emma repeated. "That's beautiful. Are you in school?" "Community college, studying architecture. But I have to work to pay for it, and I'm so tired all the time." Emma pulled out one of her scholarship cards and pressed it into Maya's hand. "Call this number tomorrow. We can help. You shouldn't have to choose between education and survival." Maya looked at the card with tears in her eyes. "Are you Emma Chen?" "I am." "You changed my life," Maya said. "Even though we've never met, you changed my life. You made me think that maybe someone like me could matter, could do something important." Emma pulled the girl into a hug. This young woman who reminded her so much of herself, who was fighting the same battles Emma had fought, who deserved support and encouragement, and someone believing in her potential. "You already matter," Emma whispered. "You always did. You just needed someone to recognize it." The gala continued late into the night, women dancing and laughing and sharing stories, barriers dissolving in the golden light of chandeliers that had witnessed so much hierarchy and exclusion, but that tonight illuminated something different, something better, something that looked almost like the future people had been promising for decades, but never quite delivering. Emma stood with Grace and Amara near the windows overlooking the city, watching the lights and the movement below. Three women who had found each other by accident or fate or divine intervention, or simply the human capacity to recognize kinship in unlikely places. Do you ever think about what would have happened if you hadn't spoken up that night? Amara asked. If you'd stayed silent, stayed invisible, all the time, Emma admitted. I think about how close I came to just disappearing, to accepting that I was nobody, that my knowledge didn't matter, that I should just serve drinks and keep my mouth shut and be grateful I had a job. But you didn't, Grace said firmly. You spoke. You reminded them you were human. And everything changed. Not just for me, Emma said. For all of us. That's what I didn't understand before. I thought speaking up was about individual courage, about one person being brave. But it's not. It's about creating space for other voices. One woman speaks, and suddenly other women remember they have voices too. It spreads, it multiplies, it becomes a chorus. Amara nodded. My mother understood that. Your mother understood that. That's why they worked together, why they built coalitions instead of competing. They knew that women's voices are strongest when they harmonize rather than trying to solo. Grace raised her champagne glass. To the mothers who taught us to sing, and to the daughters who'll keep the song going after we're gone. They clinked glasses and drank. Three women who'd been invisible and were invisible no longer, who'd been silenced and had found their voices, who'd been told they didn't matter, and had built proof that they mattered more than anyone had wanted to acknowledge. 6 months later, Emma stood at her mother's grave in Arlington National Cemetery. She'd come alone this time, needing the privacy to say things she couldn't say in front of others, needing to speak to Michelle directly without witnesses or performance, or the weight of being a public figure. The headstone was simple, elegant, with the new inscription Emma had paid to have added. Dr. Michelle Chen, keeper of songs, believer in truth, mother of the reed that endured. Emma sat on the grass beside the grave, not caring that it was slightly damp from recent rain, not caring that her jeans would get dirty. She pulled her mother's old journal from her bag, the one she'd been reading and rereading for months, memorizing every word, trying to hold on to her mother's voice, her mother's thoughts, her mother's presence. Hi, Mom, Emma said quietly. I finished it. The Institute is open. Thousands of women are using it. We're translating the manuscripts and publishing everything freely. We're giving scholarships to women who need them. We're documenting living women's knowledge before it's lost. We're doing everything you wanted and more. She paused, throat tight with emotion. I met Isabella last month, the girl I helped get a scholarship. She's thriving, Mom. She's top of her engineering class, and she's designing community centers for underserved neighborhoods, and she's going to change the world. That's because of you. Because you protected knowledge that inspired me to help her. Your death wasn't meaningless. It saved so many people's futures. Emma traced her fingers over her mother's name on the headstone. I understand now about the reed and the wind. You were trying to teach me how to survive without you, how to let the grief pass through me instead of destroying me, how to transform pain into purpose. I get it now. It took me 12 years and nearly dying myself, but I finally get it. She looked up at the sky, at clouds moving overhead driven by wind that never stopped. I'm not going to say I'm glad you died for this. I'm not going to pretend I wouldn't trade everything to have you back. But I'm also not going to let your death be for nothing. Every day, I'm going to make sure women's voices are heard. Every day, I'm going to create space for women who've been told they're invisible. Every day, I'm going to honor your memory by finishing what you started. Emma stood up slowly, brushing grass from her jeans. I love you, Mom. I'll always love you. And I promise you, the song you started will never stop being sung. She walked back to her car feeling lighter somehow, like she'd set down a weight she'd been carrying without realizing it. The grief would never fully disappear. She understood that now. But it had transformed from something that crushed her into something she could carry, something that gave her strength rather than breaking her under its weight. 1 year after the Institute opened, Emma received a letter from Maya, the young architecture student she'd met at the gala. Maya was graduating top of her class and had received job offers from 3 major firms. But more importantly, she designed her thesis project around the Chen Martinez Institute, creating plans for satellite locations in underserved neighborhoods across the country, spaces where women could access education and childcare and community support, and most importantly, recognition that their knowledge and experience and survival strategies were valuable and worth preserving. "I'm naming the design the Read Project," Maya wrote, "because you taught me that we survive not by being rigid, but by bending, not by standing alone, but by supporting each other, not by trying to be invulnerable, but by letting pain pass through us and transforming it into something beautiful." Emma cried reading that letter, understanding that the work wasn't just continuing, but multiplying, spreading beyond anything she'd imagined, taking on life and momentum and meaning that exceeded any individual's contribution. That evening, she called Grace and Amara, and they met at their regular spot, a small cafe near the Institute where they'd fallen into the habit of gathering once a week to check in, to share struggles and victories, to maintain the connection that had sustained them through everything. "I got a letter from Maya," Emma said, passing it across the table so they could read it. Grace smiled, reading Maya's words. "This is what it's all about. Not us being heroes or being special, but us creating conditions where the next generation can go further than we did." Amara nodded. "My mother and your mother protected knowledge, but they couldn't share it widely. We shared it, but we're still building the infrastructure. Maya's generation will take it for granted that women's knowledge matters. We'll build on our foundation without having to fight the same battles we fought. That's progress." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, sipping coffee, watching people pass on the street outside. Ordinary people living ordinary lives, most of them unaware of the revolution that had happened, that was still happening, that would continue happening long after all of them were gone. "Do you ever miss it?" Emma asked quietly. "The invisibility? The simple life where nobody expected anything from you?" Grace laughed. "God, no. I was dying inside. I was so lonely, so convinced I didn't matter. This," she gestured around them, at the Institute visible through the window, at the women walking past wearing Chen Martinez Institute t-shirts that had become surprisingly popular, at the world they'd helped create. "This is hard and stressful and sometimes overwhelming. But I'm alive now, really alive, not just surviving." Amara added, "I miss the privacy sometimes. It was easier when I could hide behind my father's authority, when no one expected me to have opinions or take stands. But I don't miss the silence. I don't miss feeling like my voice didn't matter. I'd rather be exhausted from using my voice than preserved in silence." Emma thought about her own answer, about the years she'd spent invisible at the Obsidian Hotel, about the simplicity of just serving drinks and going home and not having to think about whether she was making a difference, or whether her life meant anything beyond just continuing to exist. "I miss my mother," she said finally. "I miss having someone who knew me before I was all this, who loved me when I was just Emma, not Emma Chen, the founder of the Institute, not Emma Chen who exposed the archive. I miss being someone's daughter instead of someone's inspiration." "You're still someone's daughter," Grace said gently. "Michelle is still your mother, even though she's gone. That relationship doesn't end with death." "And you're also our sister," Amara added. "Our friend, our partner in this work. You're not just a symbol or an inspiration. You're a person we love, flaws and struggles and midnight phone calls when you're having panic attacks and all." Emma felt tears in her eyes, but smiled through them. "Thank you, both of you. I couldn't do this without you." "That's the point," Grace said. "None of us can do this alone. That's what the reed metaphor is really about. One reed bends and breaks, but a bunch of reeds together woven into a mat or a wall or a basket. That's unbreakable. That's how we survive. Together." They raised their coffee cups in a silent toast. Three women who had started as strangers and had become family, who had survived being invisible and had made themselves impossible to ignore, who had transformed personal grief into collective purpose. Outside, the sun was setting over Manhattan, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose and deep purple. The city continued its endless rhythm, millions of people pursuing millions of dreams, most of them unaware of the revolution in how women's knowledge was valued and preserved and celebrated. But some knew. The women who used the Institute's resources knew. The girls who received scholarships knew. The grandmothers whose stories were being recorded and preserved knew. The scholars who were finally able to access women's knowledge without institutional gatekeeping knew. And slowly, steadily, one person at a time, one story at a time, one voice at a time, the world was learning that women had always been the architects of civilization, had always been innovators and creators, and the keepers of wisdom. The song Michelle Chen had started was spreading, harmonizing, becoming a chorus that no one could silence, a melody that would outlast any individual singer, a rhythm that matched the wind moving through reeds, the oldest music humans ever made, the sound of survival and persistence and the refusal to be broken. The song would continue, the reeds would endure, and women's voices would never be silenced again.